Palestinians called the Nakaba, where Zionist colonial forces backed by British and USA governments expelled at least 750,000 Palestinians from their homes, lands, and captured 78% of historic Palestine. Here is where the remaining 22% was divided into what we now call the occupied West Bank and the besieged Gaza Strip. Since then, even the 22% was never allowed any form of self-determination. Palestinians have lived under Israeli military occupation without basic human rights, such as the rights to life, the right to equality, the right to a fair trial, the right to protest, the freedom of speech, the freedom of movement, the freedom of assembly or media freedom. This has been going on not since October 2023, but since 1948, and that is 75 years of hell, mass murder, ethnic cleansing, and brutal humiliation. We must remember that over 12,000 Palestinians children have been detained since the year 2000 alone. Of this, over 700 children who are unaccounted for in Israel. In addition, Israel has over 7,000 political prisoners, 200 of which again are children. It is reported by Israel itself that on average 204 Palestinian children have been held in custody every month since 2012. The world is aware of all these facts. Israel does not see Palestinian children. It hates them the same way the apartheid regime hated children like Tsitsi Mashinini, Hector Peterson, and many who were murdered in Soweto in 1976 and beyond. The world is aware that Israel constructed a wall and fence that separated Palestinian towns and villages from Israel settlements, which designated only the occupied West and Gaza. In Gaza, for over 50 years, this has been caused a population of 2 million people living on top of each other, the most densely populated area on earth. There are over 100 racially discriminated checkpoints, separate roads in which over 130 occasional roadblocks and searches conducted subject Palestinians to constant humiliation and dehumanization. In recent years, before the current destruction of Gaza, Israel launched 4 protracted military assaults on Gaza alone in 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021. The 2008 assaults involved the use of internationally banned 2014. Over a span of 50 days, Israel killed more than 2,100 Palestinians, including 1,462 civilians and close to 500 children. During the assault, they called Operation Protective Edge, about 11,000 Palestinians were wounded, 20,000 homes destroyed, and 500,000 people displaced. So what is happening today is part of over half a century-old project to wipe Palestine and Palestinians off the face of the earth. It is a systematic and gradual genocide unleashed by the state that established itself as an ethnic, exclusive state of Jews at the expense of indigenous Palestinian population. We must therefore reject the idea that because Israel calls itself a Jewish state, opposing its brutal apartheid system is anti-Semitic. There is nothing anti-Semitic about opposing injustice, particularly apartheid. Zionism does not equal Jewishness or Judaism. No one must manipulate scripture in the Bible or the Torah to promote ethnic cleansing, racism, and the mass murder of people. There are no special human beings with the right to massacre others so that they can benefit from the subsequent stolen land. We are all chosen people of God. We all loved by God, and we must oppose any form of inequality and racism, even by those who do it in the name of God. We must therefore never buy into the lie and propaganda that this is a religious war. This is not a holy war. It is an evil war by an evil regime that is driving an evil agenda. Israel is a Zionist apartheid regime seeking to wipe Palestinians off the face of the earth. Palestinians who have all the rights to exist, particularly in the land of their ancestors. We therefore call on all of the world to isolate Israel through boycotts, disinvestment, sanctions until they end their military occupation and allow Palestinian refugees in surrounding countries like Lebanon, Syria, the right of return. We call on the Ramaphosa ANC government to shut down the Israeli embassy in Pretoria and end diplomatic relations with that brutal apartheid Israel regime. In the name of our own constitutional values, we must end these relations until human rights of Palestinians are respected, promoted, and protected. Israel must comply with international law, and until then, any relations with them must be regarded as an offensive on our constitution. The president yesterday said they are going to send a complaint to International Criminal Court against Israel and Netanyahu, in line with what the president has said. And as survivors of apartheid ourselves, we must fight on the side of the Palestinian people and always be on the side of the weak. We therefore calling on members of parliament and the people of South Africa to support the call to remove the Palestinian Israeli embassy in South Africa. We can't share a territory with murderers. We say no to the embassy of Israel in South Africa. It must go, and it must go now. No justice, no peace. Free Palestine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honourable Casey Mashego Dlamini. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. The root cause of the war between Israel and Palestine go back to Israel's systematic oppression of the Palestinians over the past 75 years. The illegal occupation of their land and the ever-expanding web of illegal settlement deep into Palestinian territory. The ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian is not travesty that begins with the October the 7th attack this year. It has been a constant factor over many decades. Decades prior to the state of Israel being declared in 1948 based on petition, the Palestinians have been promised their own independent state. The promise were never fulfilled. Honorable members, since the 1998 Oslo Accord, the number of illegal Israel settlers occupying Palestinian land has increased from 250,000 at that time to over 700,000 today. All settlement and outposts are considered illegal under the international law as they violate the 4th Geneva Convention, which bans an occupying power from transferring its population to the area of occupiers. Israel has also built a separation wall that stretches for more than 700 kilometers through the West Bank, constructed deep into Palestinian territory, cutting Palestinians off from their farmland and water resources. The wall restricts the movement of more than 3 Jerusalem, as do the 140 checkpoints that Palestinians have to cross in their daily commute to work. In 2014, the International Court of Justice declared the apartheid war illegal under the international law. Honorable members, the landmark UN Security Council Resolution 2334 is unequivocal on the issue of illegal Israel settlement. The resolution confirms that Israel settlement constitutes a flagrant violation under the international law and instructively called for all settlement activities in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, to immediately and completely cease. Israel continued to undermine the international community in its race to create fact on the ground. The action that we are witnessing daily by Israel are a violation of international law including the UN Charter, the Geneva Convention, and its protocol. In its attack on civilians and taking a hostage, Hamas has also violated international law. Israel, as an occupier, does not have the right to defend itself using military means. This fact has been confirmed by the International Court of Justice. An occupying state cannot exercise control over territory it occupies and simultaneously military attack that territory on the claim that it is foreign and possess an exigent national security threat. The nation of Israel's right to defend itself through military means has been used erroneously to justify the unlawful use of force by Israel on the people of Gaza and the West Bank. International humanitarian law includes the obligation not to target civilians' population and the responsibility to protect civilians' armed conflict. Under the Geneva Convention, hospitals are considered civilian objects and must be protected. Article 12 clearly states that medical units shall be respected and protected at all times and shall not be object of attack. Article 14 of the Geneva Convention categorically states that starvation of civilians as a method of combating is prohibited. It is therefore prohibited to attack, destroy, remove, and render useless for the purpose object dispensable to the survival of the civilian population, such as foodstuff, agricultural area for the production of foodstuff, crop and livestock, drinking water installation, and supply and irrigation work. The instructions issued by the Israel authorities for the population of Gaza City to immediately leave their home, coupled with the complete siege, implicitly denying them food, water, electricity, and bombing apartments, schools, and hospitals are grave violation of international humanitarian law. The International Criminal Court need to expedite its investigation of Israel for committing war crime, including genocide, by bombarding and besieging Gaza. Honorable members, since 1994, South Africa's foreign policy position on Palestine has been consistent and has displayed systematic diplomatic support at multilateral, regional, and bilateral level, acting both as a catalyst and amplifier to the Palestinian cause. To this effect, South Africa has played a role in supporting peace efforts by sharing its negotiated transitional experience, supporting capacity building, and strengthening Palestinian itself, facilitating inter-Palestinian dialogue, including the appointment of a presidential special envoy, and support at the African Union, amongst other initiatives. The South African Parliament voted on the 7th of March this year to downgrade the South African embassy in Israel, and the number of parties have agreed to that motion of the NFP, except being opposed by the DA, ACDP, IFP, and FFP. The National Assembly ultimately voted in favor of the downgrading of the South African embassy in Israel to a liaison officer, which served to realize the ANC 2017 conference resolution to downgrade the embassy to the liaison officer. Amidst the continued violation of the Palestinian human rights and the siege of Gaza, South Africa recalled its ambassador to Israel in May 2018 in protest against the massacre of Palestinians as they demonstrated peacefully at the Israel-Gaza border. Since 2018, the South African embassy in Israel has been headed by a charges affair. South Africa cannot have a normal relations with Israel for as long as Israel is committing war crime and genocide against the Palestinians, is intent on removing Palestinians from their land, and is unwilling to negotiate a viable peace plan without preconditions. South Africa cannot be party to Israel's action that will see the promise of Israel's statehood reduced into balkanized entities devoid of true sovereignty, without territory, and with no economic viability. Our government is in discussion with the matter of closing the Israel embassy in Pretoria, and we need to take into consideration that it may affect our diplomatic presence in Palestine. The demands from South Africans for the closure of the Israel embassy in Pretoria have merit, and the government is engaging all relevant stakeholders regarding our diplomatic relations with Israel, given the war crime and genocide we are witnessing in Gaza. Following the outcome of the cabinet meeting held on the 1st of November this year, South Africa commenced the process of recalling its diplomats from Tel Aviv. This decision was taken in light of the Israel's government campaign on ethnic cleansing in Gaza, which has seen thousands of civilian dead, and as a result of the continual bombardment of residential buildings, hospitals, schools, with over 70% of the victims being women and children. South Africa is deeply concerned at the report that the number of children killed in Gaza since October 7 has surpassed the number of children killed across all the world's conflict zone since 2019. As the crisis has reached a catastrophic proportion, the UN Security Council has proved incapable of stopping the carnage and protecting civilians against the Israel military onslaught. The South African government is considering further concrete action to take. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation has demarched the ambassador of the State of Israel to South Africa, Mr. Alvid, on the 9th of November to express South African grave concerns regarding the current trajectory of events, especially the attacks on Gaza, which have seen over 11,000 civilians, including over 8,000 women and children killed by Israel airstrike. It was emphasized that there are war crimes under international law. That is war crime under international law. Ambassador Alif was informed that South Africa intends to request the International Criminal Court to investigate the leadership of Israel for war crime, crime against humanity, and genocide. South Africa will also request that the Hamas leadership be investigated for its violation of international law when it kidnaps and killed Israel's civilians. The UN Secretary General has amply stated, and I quote, he said, "The nightmare in Gaza is more than a humanitarian crisis. It is a crisis of humanity," close quote. South Africa is calling for an immediate ceasefire, urgently entry into Gaza of massive humanitarian aid, the urgent deployment of the UN Protection Force to protect civilians, the release of civilian hostage, and for the ICC to expedite its investigation and hold those who have directed this war accountable for their war crime. We must also ensure that a comprehensive arms embargo is imposed on Israel. We fully reject the forced display of the Palestinian people from their land, and we will not stand by and watch and every red line in war is crossed and the region descends into a zero-sum game of death and destruction. The time to act is now. Our common humanity dictates that all human life matters. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable E.L. Powell.
Chairperson, let me begin by extending the DA's heartfelt condolences to the family of the office head of the Gift of the Givers in Gaza, Mr. Ahmed Abisi. The DA once again reiterates its call for civilians to be shielded from collective punishment and for international humanitarian law and the protocols of the Geneva Convention to be upheld. The DA calls for an immediate investigation into the killing of Mr. Abasi and that those responsible are brought to justice. It is for this very reason that it is vital for South Africa to retain diplomatic channels with both Israel and the Palestinian Authority. The ANC's decision to withdraw diplomats from Tel Aviv and the EFF's proposed expulsion of the Israeli ambassador will diminish our country's ability to demand accountability in the region and to influence a swift and peaceful resolution to this war. Sadly, honorable members, in the face of this brutal war, the political opportunism on display by both the ANC and the EFF is indicative of their inherent moral bankruptcy. Having failed to build a prosperous South Africa, these parties must now look for any opportunity to deepen divisions from which they can score cheap political points. This is why when the ANC and their proxies look to Gaza, they do not see human tragedy. Rather, they see political opportunity. So long as their performative sanctimony is convincing enough to temporarily distract the nation from their failure as our government, they could not care less how many more Palestinians have to die. Honorable members, the ANC are not peace brokers, they are agent provocateurs. They do not care about international law or human rights. They care only for their own political survival at whatever cost. If the ANC were genuinely interested in peace, human rights, and the rule of law, they would have spoken out against the unspeakable tragedy currently unfolding in Sudan, where more than 10,000 civilians have been killed amidst some of the most brutal ethnic cleansing the world has witnessed in a generation. They would have stood up for the 7 million Sudanese people, 3 million of them children, who have fled into neighboring countries seeking refuge from the violence and now comprise the largest displaced population of children in the world. But despite the gravity of this tragedy unfolding on the African continent, the ANC has not only remained silent, but has actively worked against advancing peace in the region.
A point of order, Madam Chairperson. Point of order. Chairperson, may I please proceed?
It looks like the chairperson has disappeared. You can proceed, Honorable Ndlozi.
Disconnected.
Thanks, Chair. I think that the rules are very clear
There's
about
no chair at the
relevance.
moment. There's no chair at the moment. I think you should wait.
Yeah, but there's a point of relevance. We are speaking about Palestine
Yes,
and the
chair.
Israeli conflict. We are not speaking
Let's
about
wait for the chair.
continue.
Let's wait
Now,
for the chair to continue.
we are
You
not
got
speaking
not
about
recognized.
No, you are not the
conflicts that
chair.
are raging
You're not
elsewhere in the world.
recognized.
That is the point of relevance. This honorable member is irrelevant.
The chair is back.
Honorable Tonzi.
Oh, you are back, Chairperson.
No, but you can't take that opportunity.
So Chair, but I was waiting.
No,
and
stop it.
people started howling at me.
No, Honorable Ndlozi, please.
Somebody gave him permission to proceed. I don't know who that person was.
Yes, there
Yeah,
was a
so
point of
why is
order.
the
There
chairperson
was a
now
point of
talking
order.
about an order on me? Because
No,
somebody said I
Honorable
must
Ndlozi.
proceed.
No, you can't proceed. Did you raise it? Okay, that's fine. Now
Yes, he
it's in
raised the
order.
point
The
of
meeting
order,
is in
Chairperson.
order.
He did raise
There
a
is
point
a
of
hand.
order.
You did. Okay. Honorable Ndlozi, it's humane for me to apologize because the system kicked me out. I think it's proper for me to do that. And request Honorable Powell to proceed.
What about
Thank you,
my point of
Chairperson.
order,
Honorable
Chairperson?
My
Ndlozi.
timer
Honorable
was
Ndlozi is
at
not
2
finished
minutes
with the
and
point of
47.
Honorable Powell, there is another
He's
point
not
of order.
finished with
Honorable
the point
Khadir.
of order.
There is a point of order. Somebody here. I thought it's Khadir because I have
Honorable
already
Ndlozi is not
apologized.
finished with the point of order, Chairperson.
Okay, but I was apologizing to him. I thought he would still come in. That's fine. Let's allow him to do so. Dr. Ndlozi, over to
Yes,
you.
Chair. Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry the system kicked you out and I have to repeat this. The rules are very clear about us discussing a relevant topic on the table. We're talking about Palestine and a motion in relation to the expulsion of Israel. And the honorable member is speaking about the Sudan. I mean, what would happen if we allow other people to also come speak about gangsterism in Cape Town, other people to come speak about other conflicts? We must stick to the topic on the table.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlozi. The relevance of the point you are raising. However, we can't dictate what the member opts to talk to. Let's allow her to finish. Honorable Powell, you may proceed.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to confirm my time. I stopped my timer at 2 minutes and 47, and I will now resume. But
No,
despite the
timetable will help me.
But
No,
despite
I'm
the
saying
gravity of this tragedy unfolding on the African continent, the ANC has not only remained entirely silent, but has actively worked against advancing peace in that region. On the 11th of October, South Africa abstained from a resolution at the United Nations Human Rights Council calling for an immediate ceasefire in Sudan. Why? Because the same resolution called for the establishment of an international fact-finding mission to investigate the root cause of the current conflict, much of which can be traced back to the ANC's failure to arrest Sudanese dictator Omar al-Bashir when he visited South Africa in 2015, despite a warrant from the ICC. The reign of terror dispensed by the paramilitary forces deployed by Bashir during the war is estimated to have killed more than 300,000 civilians. Instead of arresting their ringleader, the ANC turned a blind eye as Bashir fled by helicopter. And so, as has become their custom, when more than 1,300 Sudanese civilians were butchered in West Darfur last week, the ANC looked the other way. Honourable members, if the ANC were genuinely interested in advancing a human rights-based agenda, our foreign minister would not be fraternizing with Iranian President Raisi, whose own government has ordered the execution of more than 1,200 of their civilians since August 2021. The honourable minister would not have telephoned and pledged her support to the leader of Hamas, who has not had a democratic mandate in Palestine since 2006. And in this process, she has sidelined the Palestinian Authority and the millions of Palestinians who want nothing to do with Hamas. If the ANC cared about human rights or international law, they would not have remained silent in the face of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and the South African Defense Forces would not have been deployed to play war games while Putin's army continued to kill innocent civilians in Bakhmut. The truth is that the ANC is only interested in inflaming divisions to score political points. And make no mistake, over the graves of Gaza, the ANC have spotted an opportunity and their misinformation machine is now moving ahead full throttle. The ANC Secretary General seems to have forgotten that it was under his party's watch that more than 27,000 of our own citizens were murdered last year, and on his watch that our national rail collapsed and that our unemployment rate soared to 42%. Mbalula and his proxies may have forgotten, but the people of this nation remember. We see you, and we will continue to expose you for the hypocrites you are. In conclusion, Chairperson, let me be clear. Despite the constant stream of manufactured propaganda, the DA will continue to stand firm on principle. We will continue to speak out against radicalism, hatred, and tyranny, and we will continue to call for the protection of innocent civilians and for the right of both Palestinians and Israelis to sovereignty, statehood, and security.
I now recognize Honorable Sengwa M. Sengwa. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. The IFP notes the EFF resolution on the removal of the Israeli embassy in South Africa and the suspension of all diplomatic relations with Israel. At the outset, the IFP condemns the continued violent acts of war in Israel and Palestine, which have had an adverse and untenable effect on civilians, especially women and children. The war must stop. As the IFP, we have stated in this House, and today we reiterate that we do not believe that cutting diplomatic ties with Israel is the best course of action as relates to the current conflict between Israel and Palestine. I therefore wish to reiterate what we said last week in this House, that isolationism in a time of war is not a solution. It is tantamount to running away. Recalling ambassadors or removing ambassadors amounts to regressive diplomacy. It is counterproductive to the clarion call for peace and negotiation. How can South Africa possibly contribute towards the Middle East peace process through mediation efforts if we have expelled one of the parties to the said negotiations from our shores? Diplomacy is not only the professional activity or skill of managing international relations, but can also refer to the art of dealing with people in a sensitive and tactful way. Both apply in this situation. The Israeli-Palestine conflict would not be solved by forcefully silencing one of the parties. On the international stage, South Africa has positioned itself to be a country that believes in equality and democracy and negotiations. Therefore, all voices need to be given an equal opportunity to state their case to resolve this conflict. While the IFP is in full support with the EFF on the portion of the resolution which condemns the killing of defenseless children and women in Gaza, no mention is made of the 1,200 Israeli citizens who were killed on October 7 when Hamas attacked Israel. Many of these Israelis were unarmed civilians, including women and children. It is important to note, therefore, that war is never one-sided. As a party that champions nonviolence, the IFP is of the view that brute force and armed aggression and the bloodshed are never the solution to any dispute, no matter what the circumstances. We therefore reiterate our call for peace and an immediate cessation of hostilities and an end to the violence, and ensuring that humanitarian aid reaches all those that are affected, particularly in Palestine. We call for Israel to restrain itself and to come to the negotiating table, as we want Palestine at that table and Hamas. As regards to the Israeli-Palestinian land question, the IFP continues to advocate for a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine, as we believe that this is key to peace, justice, and stability in the Middle East. This will require both sides to make concessions in the service of the greater good and the ultimate realization of peace in the region. We will further continue to call on all parties to come to the negotiating table and to declare an immediate ceasefire. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Dr. C.P. Mudla. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Colleagues, good afternoon. The ANC today is again in a rather difficult position, and it reminds me of what we saw a few years ago when the EFF took the initiative when it came to the question of expropriation without compensation. It was the EFF that brought a motion to Parliament, and then the ANC had to follow. Now we've got the same situation today where the EFF takes the initiative and the ANC will have to follow. I listened very carefully to the Honourable Deputy Minister Mashego Dlamini, and I heard her say that the ANC is currently discussing this and they will have to take a decision one way or the other. Well, fact of the matter is that this resolution will be before the House on Tuesday next week, and then we will have to vote on that motion. So the ANC has got until Tuesday next week to decide what their position is going to be. The fact of the matter is that if you expel the Israeli ambassador and cut all diplomatic ties with Israel, South Africa will not be in a position to play any role whatsoever in terms of any mediation or any chance to try and play a constructive and a positive role to bring this conflict to an end. However, it's interesting to note that not one Arab country that currently does have diplomatic ties with Israel, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, not one of them have severed any diplomatic ties with Israel despite what is currently going on. The Honourable Deputy Minister mentioned the fact that Palestine is entitled to her own homeland, and we all agree with that. But the fact of the matter is that since 1937, 6 such offers for an independent Palestinian homeland was made to the Palestinians, and they were all rejected. It is alleged that during the recent Islamic Arab Summit, that Algeria proposed that all diplomatic ties should be cut with Israel and everything should be cut in that instance. But that proposal was blocked by Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Egypt, Bahrain, Sudan, Morocco, Mauritania, and Djibouti. They were not prepared to do that, and South Africa should think very carefully before we go into that kind of approach. The Honourable Minister said, the Deputy Minister said that at the moment the ANC is considering their options, but it may have implications for South Africa's representation in Ramallah. I can assist the Honourable Minister. It's not a question that it may have implications, it will definitely have implications. Let me try to explain to the House. At the moment, our people that represent South Africa in Ramallah, 6 diplomats, all stay in Israel. They stay in Jerusalem and around those areas, and they have diplomatic immunity from Israel to do their jobs in Ramallah. If South Africa cuts all diplomatic ties with Israel, that will come to an end. Currently, Those diplomats that represent South Africa and Ramallah and the Palestinian side and the West Bank, they fly into Ben Gurion Airport and then they travel to Ramallah, and that is where they work, but they don't stay there. The diplomatic ties are cut. They will no longer be allowed to fly into Ben Gurion Airport. They will have to fly to Jordan. They will no longer be able to stay in Israel. They will have to stay in Ramallah, but first of all, they will have to enter the West Bank from Jordan across a bridge which is controlled by Israel, and it's most unlikely that they will be allowed to enter West Bank. So South African government must understand that if they take these steps, it will have definite, direct implications for South Africa's representation in Ramallah. The fact of the matter is that we must understand that very clearly. Israel is not that dependent on South Africa's relationship. We can learn more from Israel in terms of Israeli products, etc. At the moment, lists are going around with Israeli products that should be boycotted and Israeli companies. But I'm still waiting for the alternative list of Palestinian products and companies that we should support. I haven't seen those. It would be a short-sighted decision by the South African government. It's opportunistic from the EFF, and we'll see on Tuesday if the South African government does the right thing and continue with diplomatic attempts to solve this problem. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Ref K. R.J. Moshwe, and I can see you are having breakfast there, you are having tea, Mruti. Over to you, sir.
We have national doubt. You cannot tell us who to support and who not to support. We have a right to support anyone.
Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
I'm sorry, Presiding Officer, I'm sorry.
Let's start the floor, Chairperson.
Yes, I'm recognizing you, sir.
All right. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I hereby wish to reject the EFF motion in the name of Mr. Julius Malema that we are debating today. The ACDP totally rejects this dangerous motion because it is full of lies, inaccuracies, and deceptions. To label Israel as an apartheid state is a lie that was coined by haters of Israel. Furthermore, to insinuate that Israel does not own land they are living on is another lie that the ACDP rejects. It is only the enemies of Israel, the ignorant, and the people who are allergic to truth, who stubbornly refuse to accept the fact that the land the Israelis are living on was given by God to Abraham and his descendants long before the existence of Christianity and Islam. The ACDP rejects the EFF's call to government to close the Israeli embassy in South Africa and suspend all diplomatic relations with Israel. The EFF is ignorant of the fact that South Africa needs Israel much more than Israel needs South Africa. The EFF and the ANC must stop being hypocrites and accept the fact that South Africa has many needs and Israel has the expertise to meet them in areas such as healthcare, innovation, technology, agriculture, and economic growth. Without Israel, we risk diplomatic tensions that can hinder communication channels for addressing regional issues and ending business collaborations that would reduce economic opportunities, trade, investments, and job creation. It is hypocritical for Mr. Malema and the EFF to accuse Israel of killing defenseless children and women in Gaza when they know that Hamas, their brutal friend, is using women as human shields. The ACDP wants to know when is the EFF and ANC going to start wearing scarves in solidarity with South African families whose loved ones are killed daily in this country. The wearing of Palestinian scarves when they come to Parliament highlights the fact that they love haters of Israel much more than they care for their own people here at home. In conclusion, Rabbi Jonathan Kahn reminded us the other day that in the book of Jeremiah, God said, and I quote, "As long as the sun and stars of heaven remain in the sky, so long as the order of the cosmos is in place, the Jewish people will remain a nation before him," close quote. He further said, the enemy has raged against the children of Israel for thousands of years. The pharaohs tried to destroy them. Assyria tried to wipe them out. Babylon tried to smash them. Rome tried to eliminate them. The Nazis tried to annihilate them. But the nation of Israel still lives because the God of Israel, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is alive. Israel Chai.
Thank you, honorable member.
Shameless
thank you.
Mfundi.
I now recognize honorable. Okay, I now recognize Bula.
Thank you, Chairperson. The head of state of South Africa has filed a referral to the International Criminal Court for the war crimes committed by Israel in Gaza. The head of state of the country stated South Africa believes Israel is committing war crimes and genocide in Gaza. This, Chairperson, is very clear. We can't, as a country, refer Israel to the ICC for investigation for what we believe is war crimes and genocide, yet on the other side, maintain normal relations with Israel. As a country, we can't be contradicting ourselves. We express our support to the South African government's decision to recall all South African diplomats from Israel. This step underscores our commitment to the principles of justice and human rights. As a nation that has overcome the shackles of apartheid, we must not only empathize, but actively support those who yearn their own freedom and self-determination. South Africa's history in fighting apartheid is defined by courage and resilience. We cannot be silent when we are faced with such human rights violations. The struggle for justice and equality is not bound by borders. Our shared history compels us to take a stand against oppression wherever it occurs. We must learn from our past and use that knowledge to advocate for a just and peaceful resolution to the Israel-Palestine conflict. In conclusion, the ATM calls Parliament to support the closure of the Israel embassy in South Africa and the suspension of all diplomatic relations with Israel. I hear some members, Chairperson, saying we need Israel. I want to tell them this. As a country, we do not need countries that kill innocent women and children who bomb such countries. Our own history tells us countries cutting diplomatic relations with the apartheid South Africa helped to isolate the apartheid government, which led to its downfall. Let us stand united in condemning violations of human rights, recalling the diplomats from Israel, and expelling the Israeli ambassador for his insensitive comments. Together, we can send a powerful message that South Africa remains a bastion of justice, human rights, and solidarity with the oppressed. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Good. Good. Honorable NFP. NFP.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Allow me to start off by saying I am not surprised with the comments from some of the members in this House. Sometimes I wonder whether we have a human anatomy or human blood, or do we have blood of a creature or for an animal? Because I've even seen some animals feel the pain when they see pain experienced by their fellow members of their breed. But in this particular House, some of them only see what they want to see. Now, the DA made a statement trying to do some damage control the other day. The north of Gaza, where all the gas is to the south so that they can loot together with the West. And that's what it is all about. I'm not surprised with the Freedom Front. That's where they come from. They abused us. They oppressed us. So they only know the language oppression and nothing else. You can't get better from them in any case. They've never shown any sympathy or empathy to you, anybody else, unless you are white supremacists like themselves. As far as the ACDP and proper, you're always using religion. Well, let me give you some good news. It is your propaganda that said that 40 children were beheaded. And
he keeps going away.
What a wonderful idea.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, have you switched off your video now? We have lost connectivity. You've got 1 minute left. I think the system has kicked him out. I don't see him anymore. That will allow
Chair,
us
could you
then
please note a
to
point of order from the ACDP as well, when Sheikh Imam is back.
no. Oh, okay. No, may I then proceed and recognize Honorable AIC, Honorable Cope, Honorable PAC, Honorable Al-Jama. Are you back? Al-Jama,
Yes.
just hold on. Let me just say you've got 1 minute left, Honorable Member. You may proceed.
Is that all? Okay. First of all, you
Yeah.
said that
Point of
40
order,
children
Chair.
will be beheaded with your
No,
propaganda.
Can I take my
It's
point
now
of order,
proven
please?
without doubt there's no such a thing.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, just give me 1 second. There's a point of order. Honorable Tring.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the Honorable Sheikh Imam says that the ACDP has been spreading propaganda. The ACDP does not spread any propaganda. Chair.
Honorable
There's
Member.
no
now you're
propaganda
starting-
from the side of the ACDP.
No, Honorable
Please
Member, can I
withdraw that.
assist you? As you do that now, you are getting into the point of debate. You must craft your point of order in such a way that is clear that it is a point of order. Thank you very much. Honorable Sheikh Imam, proceed.
You spread propaganda that there are tunnels under the Al-Shifa hospital. It is now proven without a fact that those are images from Sweden. You speak about the IDF, which says that Hamas has killed our people.
Okay. Proceed, Honorable Member. I thought there's another point of my
All right.
apology for that.
And now it has been proven even by a Jewish settler who says that is the Israeli defense force that opened fire and killed many of the Israeli hostages. That is exactly what the truth is all about. So stop coming here and misleading the public as to what is really happening. The truth of the matter is the land belonged to the Palestinians. When the Jews were thrown out all over the world, it's the Palestinians showed them love and respect and welcomed them on every occasion. So stop using that. The truth is we must shut down this embassy. We must shut it down immediately. Kick out the ambassador. Those that are part and parcel of the atrocities in the IDF, let's charge them and hand them over to the criminal court, the International Criminal Court. There's no further. Let's not worry about any further sanction. Let's shut it down, break all ties until the barbaric state of Israel is willing to sit down and negotiate and enter into a ceasefire. Nothing less, Chairperson, we need in this country.
Thank you. I now recognize Cope. We shall proceed, honorable members. I recognize Honorable PAC. I recognize Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Let Al-Jama express its horror at the callous killing of the head of Giver of the Givers in Gaza and those who helped kill him by supporting genocide in Gaza. And now the Honorable Powell expresses her condolence in Parliament. President Ramaphosa announced that he will send humanitarian aid to Gaza and stop trading in arms with Israel. Israel had a war cabinet meeting and declared war on South Africa, and the first step was to kill Abbasi, as South Africa may have sent aid via Giver of the Givers with the help of Egypt. Al-Jama calls on the South African government to convene a war cabinet, as Israel had the support of America and political parties in this house for regime change, and they are not going to wait for the 2024 elections. Al-Jama thanks the EFF for their revolutionary call to close the Zionist embassy, but we must also take legal steps to demolish the buildings in which this embassy is. Al-Jama will also feel that South Africa must summon America, India, and Britain ambassadors for a demarque, and that South Africa must ban the display of Israeli flags. Al-Jama calls for South Africa to suspend all diplomatic relations, but this call must include for the removal of the DA, ACDP, Freedom Front Plus from Parliament, and to take punitive actions against other parties like Action SA who support
The
the
screen,
the
there's something
genocide
wrong
of
with the presiding
Palestine.
officer with the
South
screen.
Africa cannot do not want genocide mongers. as
Al-Jama, there's
lawmakers.
something wrong with the screen.
Honorable, just 1 minute, Honorable. May I request that? Oh, it was you. Okay, proceed. You may proceed now. That has disappeared. Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like to continue that South Africa must suspend diplomatic relations with Israel, but this call must also include the removal of the DA, the ACDP,
the screen's
Freedom
not
Front
right.
from Parliament, and to take punitive action against parties like Action SA and PA who support the genocide of Palestinians. South Africans do not want genocide mongers as lawmakers. We had enough of them during apartheid. History and the current situation where the DA rules tells us occupation, apartheid are their trades, and they join the Israeli government and its military leaders to be on the list like Nazis were on military leaders to be on the list, just like Nazis were on the list after the Holocaust. Something which Honorable Powell said that all this must be remembered. You were humanitarians, not in our lifetime, but they will hunt them down. And many of them, many of us will jump in joy after getting the news in heaven that they have been dealt with, just like we are very happy that those for the Holocaust are being dealt with. No one wants vampires on planet Earth. Imam Said, you said they were less than human beings. The Honorable Chairman of the Portfolio Committee coined it very well. They are all vampires. Those who support the genocide in Palestine, like the DA and Action SA and the ACDP, they behave like vampires and not human beings. I don't know what scriptures they
Point of
read.
order.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The member used
Chair.
like, he didn't say directly, Honorable.
Point of order. Swart, yeah.
Yes, it's
Right,
Honorable
arise on
Swart,
Rule
over to you.
85. 85, the Honourable Member referred to members of the ACDP and other parties as vampires and cast aspersion on us. I'd ask you to rule on that. It's way beyond
Okay,
debate.
but-
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, but please note that he said like, he didn't say they are. So he was very cautious in terms of crafting his words on that. Now I recognize Honorable S.O.R. Mahoma Pelu. Over to you, sir. No. It's not you. It's the DA. Honorable DA. Mr. Chetty.
Madam Chair,
Honorable Chetty.
I wish to start this debate with a famous quote by the late Mohandas Karamchand Gandhiji, who said, "An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind." And the conflict and claims and counterclaims of one side against the other in this conflict between Palestine and Israel personifies Gandhiji's quote. Supporters on either side of the conflict are being blinded by the hatred for each other, that they cannot see the human rights violations of the elderly, the women, and the children. There can be no better place in the world to have this debate than right here in South Africa in this parliament. Our experience, our history, and the lessons we have learned from our own divisive past can become the light that shines across Israel and Palestine to brighten their path for a long-lasting, peaceful solution to the conflict. We too, as South Africans, walked a similar path that the Palestinians and the Israelis are walking today. Let us not forget that right here in our own country, the struggle for freedom, self-determination, and democracy did not come without much sacrifice and suffering. There was a time in our past when South Africa was also burning. Bullets, tear gas, and bombs were the currency of the day. Anger, hate, and revenge permeated our daily lives as the apartheid government, supported by some governments of the world, tried everything in their power to keep us divided as a nation because it suited their interests to do so. For decades, South Africa was engaged in its own war, and millions of us to this day still suffer the consequences of our unequal past. It will take many more decades and a few more generations before we completely rid ourselves of our ugly historical past and build a country where every single family can have a home and a decent job. Today, many of us take this democracy for granted. We forget that we would not have been here today if the courageous leaders of our country did not start a peaceful dialogue and a genuine, sincere attempt to stop the war and division and start talking peace and prosperity. Those leaders at Kodasa are the ones who brought us here today. It was not easy. There was a genuine willingness to build a better future for all South Africans. What Israel and Palestine needs right now is their own Kodasa. This war has to stop. But it can only stop when the leaders of both sides are prepared to walk the same road that South Africa did to find peace. South Africa could not end this devastation and destruction. It could have been so much worse for us. But our leader, the great late Tata Nelson Mandela, had the courage to say, take your guns, your knives, and your pangas and throw it into the sea. It took leaders from all sides of our own war to follow in his footsteps and walk the road to peace. It is now our turn to Israel and Palestine and say, stop this war. Throw your missiles and bombs into the Mediterranean Sea and start the process of talking about peace and not talking about war. Madam Chair, no amount of bombs and missiles can solve this conflict. Israelis will never bomb Palestine away from the map, and neither can Palestine eradicate the Israelis from the world. We as South Africans all have a role to play to bring them together and not tear them further apart. Not every Israeli citizen is guilty of crime, nor every Palestinian a terrorist. There are innocent women, children, and elderly, regardless of whether they are Israeli or Palestinian, who are suffering the consequences of the weak leadership that exists in that region. And the rest of the world are standing, watching, and picking a side. No good will come from doing that. Unless the leaders of both sides can start a process of dialogue, this conflict will never come to an end, and the rest of the world will remain divided on this conflict. It has to start with them. That's why we should be the ones at the forefront to help the Israelis and the Palestinians to find peace. No other country in the world can claim to have walked the path that we have. South Africa should be taking the lead role in helping this come together. We should not be picking a side. There can be no reason why Israelis and Palestinians cannot live side by side with each other in a peaceful way. When everyone respects each other's right to dignity and respect for each other's cultural and
Honorable
religious beliefs.
Honorable Chetty, 1 minute. May I take Honorable Hope Papo? Your hand is up. I'm just noticing now.
I'm just saying, am I no longer on the speaking list?
Okay, let me sort it out outside the debate. I'll come back to then
No,
I'll,
but
I'll
I am on the speaking list.
No, Honorable Hope, can I just allow Honorable Chetty to come? Then we'll deal with that when I come back. Allow him to finish. I thought it was a point of order. I'll come back to you.
Thank you,
Honorable Chetty, you may proceed.
There can be no reason why Palestine and Israelis cannot live side by side with each other in a peaceful way, where everyone respects each other's right to dignity and respect for each other's cultural and religious beliefs, as well as equality and human rights for all. If we could do it, they can do. That can start from this parliament. This is where our leaders brought unity and peace in our country. It's now our responsibility to do the same for the people of Palestine and Israel. Madam Chair, I fear that there are many amongst us who are now importing the conflict from Israel and Palestine into South Africa. Right here in this very city, we saw thousands of people, some supporting Israel, some supporting Palestine, demonstrating their hatred for each other. Where are the ones who are supporting peace and unity? Those who are supporting either side in this conflict are starting to sow the seed of hatred in our own country. We must not allow this to happen. It is our wish that South Africa will play a more active role in helping the people of Israel and Palestine to find a long-lasting solution to this war. We want to see a return to political dialogue, and world leaders must play a meaningful role in promoting the dialogue to bring lasting peace and freedom to the people of Israel and Palestine. We support the two-state solution that will promote unity and peace amongst both Israelis and Palestinians. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, our hearts go out to the millions of people who are suffering the consequences of this war. It has to stop. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Hope Papo, I omitted your good self. Now I can see that I have. It's very unusual for a party to follow each other, but I'll allow you then, followed by Honorable Hope Papo. May I recognize Honorable Hope Papo?
Thanks, House Chair. We, as the ANC, we approach this debate with a sense of grave concern and revulsion at what is happening between Israel and Palestine. In addition to thousands of people who have died before and from October 2023, we pay our condolences to the family of the head of the Gift of the Givers in Gaza, Ahmed Abbasi, who was killed by the bloodthirsty Israeli Defense Force. He was a pharmacist by profession and ran all humanitarian projects of Gift of the Givers in Gaza. As an organization and movement with experience and a track record of active participation in the progressive international solidarity movement, we also approach this debate with decades of close political relations with the people of Palestine in their just and ongoing struggle against occupation of their motherland by Zionist Israel 75 years ago. Our close relations included joint political and military training with Palestinian freedom fighters before our unbanning in 1990. As the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation has capably outlined the difficult and painful history of the conflict between Israel and Palestine, we wish to highlight the long-standing and ongoing flagrant violations of countless United Nations, General Assembly, and Security Council resolutions by Israel from 1947 to date on various issues such as the rights of protection of Palestinian refugees, the status of Jerusalem, Israeli practices affecting the human rights of the population of the occupied territories, permanent sovereignty over national resources in the occupied Arab territories, and reaffirmation of previous calls for a full Israel withdrawal from the occupied territories and the establishment of a Palestinian state. The flagrant disregard and undermining of the United Nations and regular violation of its resolution should be firmly challenged and stopped by the united action of the United Nations member states and people around the world, so that the state of Israel and Palestine can ultimately engage in meaningful negotiations under the auspices of the United Nations, leading to peace and harmony among citizens of Israel and Palestine based on the recognized 1967 borders. It is a known fact that the recognized 1967 borders have over the years been undermined through occupation of Palestine land, through occupation, confiscation, and allowing Israeli settlers to take over the land. According to the book titled The Israeli Economy from the Foundation of the State Through the 21st Century, Cambridge University Press, page 143, I quote, "In the June 1967 Six-Day War, Israel occupied the Golan Heights, West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula. Soon after it began to build the first settlements for Jews in those areas," close quote. This includes East Jerusalem. All these settlements have always been considered and continue to be considered by the international community to be illegal and established in violation of international law. I would not go into the detail of the numbers of settlers there, the decisions and the resolutions of the United Nations Security Council, a report of the Amnesty International on the settlements, United Nations Human Rights Council on the settlement, including the State of Israel Court of Justice attitude towards the occupation of Palestine. In an article published by the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, dated 7th March 2023, entitled Open Code, How Israel Settlements Impede the Two-State Solution, Reham Oda, a Palestinian political analyst based in Gaza City, who is a PhD researcher at the University of St. Malaysia, argues that, open quote, settlement pose a number of direct challenges to the establishment of a Palestinian state by violating Palestinian sovereignty, threatening civil peace and security, jeopardizing water resources, and blocking agricultural development. This is in addition to the many reports which were published by the United Nations declaring the settlements as illegal and against international law. Other members have already indicated the devastation which has been caused before the 7th of April and after the 7th of April. And the ANC is very clear, we don't condone what happened on the 7th of April. That was made clear by the Minister of DERCO. The Deputy Minister has made it clear. But the proportion of the response of Israel is completely way above what was expected. Murder of 11,000 people, majority being women and children, is extremely disproportionate. Now, the ANC remains both as a liberation movement and a democratically elected governing party. Our country has diplomatic relations with both Israel and Palestine. This was based on our firm belief that instead of walking away from the situation, we must be part of finding a lasting solution to the current and dire situation between Israel and Palestine, coming from our own conflict caused by colonialism of a special type and a crime of apartheid system, which involved the spilling of blood of many patriotic South Africans We also believe that after everything is said and done, disputes should ultimately be solved through negotiations. In response to that situation in occupied Palestine and guided by the 2017 ANC National Conference resolution, the cabinet of our country took a decision to downgrade the status of our embassy in Israel. The resolution to continue with the downgrading of our embassy in Israel was reaffirmed by the 2022 ANC National Conference. Still guided by the ANC National Conference resolution, Cabinet recently resolved to recall all our diplomats from Israel for purposes of consultation about the deteriorating situation, and also summon the ambassador of Israel to South Africa, to DERCO, to reprimand him for the undiplomatic and undermining statements against our country. These are the measures our country has taken so far in response to the situation in Palestine. We have been and continue to work hard politically and diplomatically to convince other countries of our continent and the rest of the world to also adopt all or some of these measures. This is not an easy task to do and requires commitment. That is why we are calling for an immediate cessation, ceasefire, opening of humanitarian corridors, release of hostages, Palestinian prisoners, and initiation of peaceful negotiation between Israel and leaders of the Palestinian people under the auspices of the United Nations. As progressive internationalists, we have been involved in the international solidarity movement for many decades. We know that our decisions about the situation in Palestine or any part of the world we are in solidarity with have to be informed and based on the interest of people who are in solidarity with, and not necessarily our wishes. They should be based on a careful assessment of the balance of social, political, and economic forces in our country, our continent, and the rest of the developing and developed world. We are revolutionaries, not fanatics. Every decision we take have to be rational, strategic, tactical, and should not result in the weakening and isolation of positions of our country from positions of the rest of the Southern African region and the continent. We should not move alone on difficult matters such as this one. That is why, whilst we support the essence of this motion, we are open for an engagement with the EFF so that there could be some amendments, which does not change the essence of the motion, but to not close the embassy and cut diplomatic relations without putting conditions to that. And that we can deal with, because if you do that and then full stop, then you close the opportunity for continued engagement with other stakeholders on our continent and the Middle East, and the ability to continue to have influence on the situation. Without those necessary amendments, the motion, it's important that we amend. And as I say, and we will indicate in our amendments, those conditions linked to the closure and the cutting of diplomatic relations have to be effected. Otherwise, the motion will not be carried. But I hope the EFF will accept those amendments we have to make to the motion, which does not change the essence of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Hope, and your understanding that I skipped you earlier on. With that, honorable members, for noting, for Honorable Malema left 2 minutes, then means for closing, EFF has got 5 minutes. I now recognize Honorable S.O.R. Mahomapilu. Over to you, sir.
The esteemed chairperson of the House, colleagues bestowed with honorability, on behalf of the politically deep-rooted disciplined force of the left, the African National Congress, our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the fellow compatriots of the gift of the givers who have reportedly been killed yesterday by the Zionist State of Israel Defense Force. Their blood and many others will not go in vain, for one day the Palestinian people's struggle shall triumph. Chairperson and honorable members, humanity finds itself in a painful, deep anguish and incomprehensible quagmire, the genesis of which is the taking by brutal force, lethal and genocidal force, by the state of Israel of the land of the people of Palestine. The manifestations of the historical injustice on the Palestinian people is multifold. They are denied the right to free movement in their own land, security and safety in their own land, religious persuasions in their own land, ownership of property in their own land, access to trade freely in their own land, access to their own properties in their own land, access to unhindered medical care in their own land, access to information and education in their own land, visits to relatives and friends in their own land. The pretext, of course, by the apartheid genocidal state of Israel is that they are extricating Hamas from the Palestinian Gaza population. Israeli military adventurism has resulted in small children, infants, women, disabled people, pregnant women, the sick, and many other innocent people, amounting over 11,000 today.
Point of order.
Because in the eyes of the genocidal apartheid state of Israel, these people represent or resemble or embedded in their genes is Hamaism and therefore deserves no right to life. The military adventure by the apartheid genocidal state of Israel is an exercise in futility because seeking to sift Hamas
Honorable
from
Mahuma
the
Pelu, Honorable Mahuma Pelu, Honorable
Yes.
Swart, it's raising a point of order. I thought he said he was up, but he's still shouting a point of order. May
problem.
I recognize him? Honorable Swart.
My apologies, I did have my hand up, Chair, but I just need clarity on what is in front of the speaker and a bottle, and is it permissible to what is in the front of the screen? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Getile, mana, yes, getile.
Honorable Mahuma Pelu, you may proceed.
Okay. The military adventure by the apartheid genocidal state of Israel is an exercise in futility because seeking to sift Hamas from the Gaza people is tantamount to asking and expecting water to wage a war against water molecules, which is an impossible mission. This inhumane, genocidal, human carcass inducement and evil adventure by the apartheid state of Israel imposes a responsibility on the progressive thinking masses of the world to agree with us when we say Netanyahu and therefore Netanyahuism and its associates deserve nothing less than an investigation by the International Criminal Court within its unambiguous principal mandate, which includes crime against humanity, genocide as examples. As part of the necessary de-Netanyahuism process, the apartheid state of Israel and Netanyahu himself have to be made political skunks of the world, for that is what they deserve. Netanyahuism deserves practical action by the world to make Benjamin Netanyahu and his associates of the apartheid state of Israel pariahs of the world, for the world will be better with him as a global political pariah. The progressive thinking people of the world in general and South Africa in particular should in one voice say, until the genocidal apartheid state of Israel demonstrates genuine willingness to allow unhindered delivery of humanitarian relief, peaceful negotiations, and the need to create conducive conditions for dialogue on coexistence of the two sovereign states of Israel and Palestine. The correct political decision by the South African government to reground the ambassador of Israel back to the state of Israel must be maintained. South Africa is a self-respecting country that pursues full human rights. It is therefore critical for us as a country to demonstrate our principled stance to take a drastic action against the operations of the state of Israel through its embassy here in South Africa. Chairperson, political expediency is a manifestation of deep-seated levels of incorrigibility, as demonstrated by the pendulumist Democratic Alliance. They have, without sparing any breath or pause, taken action to demote with urgency their Mr. Kachalia for a mere tweet or expression of his disgust and pain on the killing of the Palestinian people by the apartheid Israel. They come here and seek to mislead the people of South Africa. We do not, as the people of South Africa, suffer from memory lapse syndrome as the DA does. This instant demotion of your Mr. Kachalia is a clear demonstration that you, the DA, you harbor beneficiaries of the same apartheid system which the state of Israel is clinging to. As the General Secretary of the United Nations, Mr. Joseph Guterres said, and I quote, "While we recognize legitimate security concerns of Israel, I also remind Israel that military operations must be conducted in strict accordance with the international humanitarian law. Civilians must be respected and protected at all times." Chairperson, whilst investments are important in any economy, including the economy of South Africa, investments soaked in the blood of the people of Palestine will not be embraced at all costs by the African National Congress. We will engage in critical, necessary, principled engagements through the United Nations, all the progressive forces of the world, for all and sundry to understand that as South Africa, if conditions compel us to arrive at a decision to look at the matter of economic sanctions, it will, among others, be informed by our principal stance that investment soaked in the blood of the people of Palestine will not be embraced or pursued at all costs.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Malema to close the debate. And you've got 5 minutes, Honourable Member. Honourable Malema. I guess, oh, there you are. Over to you, Honourable Member.
Speaker, we fully agree with all those who are saying we need to insist on the arms embargo against Israel, and we must also continue with our withdrawal of our embassy staff from Tel Aviv and Israel. We fully agree that indeed parties such as the DA will never understand the suffering of the people of Palestine because they've never been in the conditions those people find themselves in. If anything, they benefited from the suffering and the pain of others, and they will not immediately relate with what is happening in Palestine. We know what is forced removal. We know what is land occupation. We are still coexisting with land occupiers who come here and want to tell us about political point scoring and political opportunism. We cannot be lectured about human rights by beneficiaries of the butchering of our people. People who still wish that the tables can turn and that they can perpetuate what they used to do during apartheid days. So for the fact that they do not have an experience of being a victim of an apartheid, they will never support this. Why should it come as a surprise that the IFP will not support an action to remove an Israeli embassy? They did not support sanctions against apartheid. They did not support the international isolation of the South African apartheid, and they've always been the collaborators. They are direct beneficiaries of some of those who are linked with the apartheid, Zionist apartheid state. So apartheid collaborators and the people who opposed apartheid sanctions and international isolation do not stand any chance of supporting exactly the same call that we're making, because we know the power of international solidarity. So we're calling on all progressive forces to reject the blackmail of the FF Plus when it says that ANC will support EFF, the ANC can't support EFF, the ANC must be bold. That's how those who benefited from the blood of others will behave. The bloodsuckers, the vultures, the people who are still longing for the human flesh of Africans will never see anything wrong with what is happening in Palestine. Stop scaring us about economic opportunities that are going to be denied when we are removing the embassy of Israel. That is Swart Khefar. It is what Afrikaner apartheid apologists survived with. They always created scaremongering and scare tactics for people not to support the genuine struggle. A product, the immediate beneficiary, the grandchild of the inventors of Swart Khefar is coming with Swart Khefar tactics here, that there are certain economic opportunities that if you remove the Israeli embassy, you will forfeit those opportunities and certain skills. That's what Afrikaner apartheid apologist survives on. And this should never be shocking to some of us. So we agree that indeed the referral to the ICC by the president, it's a clear direction that we cannot say these people are engaged in violation of human rights and still have them in our territory. They need to go. We need to take a bold move and say these people will go. And these people must go with immediate effect. We are not opposed to any amendment of any motion, because for us, this is not political opportunism. This is not point scoring. As long as at the end of the day, we agree that the Israeli embassy must be dismissed from South Africa. The rest of other gymnastics, which people feel that they need to add on this motion, are more than welcome, especially the ANC that prides itself of having benefited from international solidarity. It's an opportunity now for you to stand on the side of the people of Palestine, who have been on the side of the people of South Africa in the struggle against apartheid. It is our opportunity now to thank the world and teach the international criminals that their crimes will no longer go unpunished. Our struggle for the self-determination of the people of Israel is nothing against the Jewish people, it's everything against Netanyahu, it's everything against the Zionists, it's everything against violation of human rights. This morning we're bombarded with SMSs on our phones and emails and social media accounts because the Board of Deputies and the Zionist Federation send their members our numbers to insult us, to intimidate us. Will never be intimidated. The people of Palestine will know their freedom one day, like we struggled, and today we know our freedom. Will never know true democracy until the world it is democratized and people enjoy the freedom. Palestine.
Thank you. Honorable Malema, the time is up, sir. Thank you. And just for noting, I'm the presiding officer, not the speaker, but nevertheless, it's fine. We may proceed. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. We shall now proceed, honorable members, to the last item on the order paper, which is a subject for discussion in the name of Honorable P.A. Pedler on the significance of the expanded composition of the nations comprising the BRICS bloc to advance the South agenda and the transformation of the international multilateral institutions. I now recognize Honorable P.A. Pedler. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson or Presiding Officer, for this afternoon. Let me thank and greet everyone on the platform. Honorable members of the National Assembly, I stand before you today with a profound sense of purpose and optimism as we gather to deliberate on a matter of great significance. The expanded BRICS nations and their pivotal role in advancing the South to South agenda and transforming international multilateral institutions. This discourse is not merely about cooperation, but it is about shaping a future where unity among developing nations takes center stage. I want to extend my gratitude for sponsoring this motion and providing me with the opportunity to address this August Assembly on the 16th of November, 2023. The theme I bring before you is one of unity and cooperation, not just within the BRICS nation, but also with the broader developing countries. Our world is undergoing unprecedented challenges, and in the face of such adversity, it becomes imperative that nations join hands for the greater good of humanity. In reflecting on the recently concluded 15th BRICS Summit in Johannesburg, I am reminded of the insightful words shared by the President Cyril Ramaphosa in his opening address of the summit. He eloquently stated, I quote, "While the expanded BRICS will undoubtedly serve as an important champion for the global South, South Africa stands to reap significant benefits from its robust relationships with these nations. Together, our countries constitute nearly a third of the global economy and are home to a combined 46% of the world's population." Close quote. These words underscore the profound impact and strategic importance of South Africa engagements with the expanded BRICS nations. The immense economic prowess and demographic influence within this coalition not only positions South Africa as a key player, but also highlight the potential for shared prosperity and collaborative efforts that transcend borders. As we navigate the complexities of our interconnected world, let us seize the opportunities presented by this powerful alliance to foster growth, development, and mutual understanding. In hosting the recent 15th BRICS Summit in Johannesburg, South Africa achieved a resounding success to promoting mutual accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism for both the BRICS nation and the African continent. The summit, conducted under the theme of BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism, close quote, served as a testament to the commitment of President Cyril Ramaphosa and the nation to the principles encapsulated in the Freedom Charter, particularly the maximum, "There shall be peace," open quote, "there shall be peace and friendship," close quote. The Freedom Charter's emphasis on South Africa as an independent state that respected the sovereignty of all nations aligns seamlessly with the summit's overarching theme, reflecting a dedication to promoting world peace through negotiations rather than alignment with the military blocs. The ANC-led government commitment to equal rights for all underscores its pursuit of fostering peace and friendship on a global scale, paving the way for a multipolar world that prioritizes citizens' interests and ensures a sustainable future. In the face of global transitions and crises, the urgent need for a more just and inclusive global governance system cannot be overstated. The outcomes of the BRICS conference not only reiterate the ANC's commitment to an international order that safeguards common interests, but also positions South Africa strategically within BRICS to advance common development goals with other member countries and the broader world, particularly within the African continent. Allow me to deliver to the key areas of cooperation with BRICS and the potential benefits that can emanate from such collaboration in social, economic, and political spheres. First and foremost, we must recognize the profound impact that a partnership for mutual accelerated growth can have on our collective economic recovery and growth. The BRICS nations, with their diverse economies and vast resources, have the potential to serve as catalysts for a global economic resurgence. By fostering an environment of collaboration and shared prosperity, we can collectively overcome economic challenges and chart a course towards sustained growth. Parliamentary diplomacy is another cornerstone of our collaboration within BRICS. Strengthening the diplomatic ties is crucial for fostering understanding, trust, and cooperation among our nations. As parliamentarians, it is our responsibility to build bridges that transcend borders and ideologies, laying the foundation for a more interconnected and cooperative world. Moreover, the BRICS nation can play a pivotal role in contributing to the global recovery and sustainable development. Through strategic partnership and coordinated efforts, we can address pressing issues such as climate change, poverty alleviation, and healthcare, thereby creating a more equitable and sustainable world for future generations. In the realm of agriculture, there is immense potential for cooperation to enhance food security and improve nutrition. By sharing best practices, technology, and resources, BRICS countries can bolster agricultural development and promote sustainable practices. This collaboration is not just about securing our nation's food sources, but also about creating a global ecosystem that prioritizes the well-being of all. Lastly, let us not overlook the digital divide that persists in our world. In an era dominated by technology, it is our collective responsibility to bridge this gap by fostering innovation, sharing technological advances, and promoting digital literacy. We can ensure that the benefits of the digital age are accessible to all, leaving no one behind. In conclusion, Chair, the expanded BRICS nations stand at the crossroads, and our choices today will shape the trajectory of international relations and development for years to come. Let us seize this moment to reaffirm our commitment to unity, cooperation, and shared progress. Together, we can build a world where the South-to-South agenda is not just a concept, but a reality that transforms the very fabric of international multilateral institutions. Thank you, new Chairperson, and I look forward to the meaningful discussion that will unfold in this assembly. As the ANC government is this 30 years has made wonders, and it has made us to be where we are today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. In 1999, the late Helen Suzman once told her caucus that when in doubt, always stick to the principles. Those words inspired many around her and continue to do so to this day. It is a mantra that has informed the Democratic Alliance values and party philosophy. This in turn has resulted in a principled governance approach in areas where we govern, which has made the Democratic Alliance Western Cape an engine of sustained economic growth and job creation. Today, we debate the importance of an expanded composition of the BRICS bloc in the face of geopolitical upheaval and polarization due to an unrelenting assault on the principles of rule-based international order. South Africa is not an exempt. The ruling party has no principled position All clear policies and implementation plans for economic growth trajectory have been shelved aside to allow corruption and moral bankruptcy to thrive. The economic policies on land reform have not worked, and instead we have noticed all vital organs of state that are meant to be supportive to land reform and rural economic development being destroyed under the corrupt ANC government. The lack of the rational plan to turn around the economy has left many vulnerable South Africans jobless and unable to fend for themselves. While many suffer, only the corrupt political elites in the ANC are secure in the comfort of taxpayer-funded lifestyles. They remain unbothered by the 60% unemployment rate among the youth of our country. South Africa can learn much about land regularization in Brazil, a BRICS member which credits Israel for its agricultural technologies, has placed a huge focus on regulating the land use and occupation of public and rural settlement plots. Brazil's agrarian reforms are devoted to the principle of social justice and increased productivity. The expansion of the BRICS blocs, House Chair, is yet another non-event which will add little value to our stagnant economy. Trade between new members and South Africa is very minuscule, where still they do not share our democratic values and principles. In fact, some of them are habitual human rights offenders. Yes, South African farmers require more bilateral treaty and export protocol to grow our foreign exchange revenue, but not at the cost of principles, House Chair. In the end, the bloc could bring limited benefit to farmers. In this expanded BRICS bloc, the ANC is pitting South Africa against some of our most important trading partners, and this could hurt South Africa in the long run as our products, especially agricultural produce, could face stiff tariffs, which farmers don't want. Since the dawn of democracy, our fruit exports have increased dynamic growth due to export market access to US, EU, and UK markets. The decline in livestock and animal product exports from 80% to 1% from this important markets has largely been a consequence of the ANC government's poor economic policies that have compromised animal health institutions. House Chairperson, for South Africa to realize the benefits from any trading bloc, we should not compromise on principles of the rule of law, human rights, and democracy. The ANC government cannot continue to side with the aggressors, remain nostalgic about communist Russia comradeship while driving millions of South Africans into poverty. It is not in South Africa's best interest in the long term to be in the club of the Russian and Iranian dictatorship, House Chairperson. Aligning with despots such as Russia, Syria, and Iran will actively harm our relations with our important trading partners in the West. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has toppled global food security and left most African countries food insecure, and ANC said nothing. Part of the food inflation that we face here in South Africa has been caused by the disruption of global food supply chains by Russia. Now, many South Africans households, House Chairperson, are struggling to put food on the table. The most devastating story being that of an Eastern Cape mother who killed her 2 kids before taking her own life because she couldn't provide for them. May their soul rest in peace. Under John Steenhuisen, all is not lost. When the DA takes over in 2024 at the BRICS level, we will make our voice heard of human rights, the rule of law, and democratic order, which we
Honorable members.
At the domestic level, the Democratic Alliance will scrap policies that are detrimental to job growth and focus on those that will help our country champion export-led economic growth. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Shivambo. Over to you, sir.
No, thank you very much, House Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcomes and appreciates the resolution of the 15th BRICS Summit, which took place here in South Africa, to invite additional 6 countries to form part of what will, from the 16th summit, which will be held in the Russian Federation, will become BRICS plus 6. The 15th BRICS Summit progressively and correctly resolved to invite the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the United Arab Emirates, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Repubblica Argentina, Arab Republic of Egypt, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to form part of a progressive group of countries in pursuit of common economic, financial, social, and political cooperation and prosperity. BRICS, which from 2010 is comprised of the 5 countries of the Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, already accounted for 1% of the global gross domestic product and 41% of the global population. Now, the inclusion of these 6 additional countries, the expansion, will then lead to the quantitative and qualitative outright majority in terms of the economic size and the dominance of the global population by this particular bloc. We believe that this is an important step in the right direction, and one which will rid the world of colonialism, neocolonialism, and the imperialist control of the world by countries that are organized under the group of 7. The reality is that since the First and Second World Wars, a significant component of the world has been under the colonial and neo-colonial political, social, and economic domination and exploitation of the countries organized currently under the group of 7, which are the United States of America and its puppet governments and countries of Japan and Canada, Italy, France, the United Kingdom, and the European Union. The convergence of the Global South under the progressive banner of equal trade, respect, and common prosperity is what is now BRICS plus 6. Must counter neocolonialism domination of the West, which continues to plunder and ravage the natural and economic resources of the world that we live in. As we resolved in the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, we as the economic freedom fighters believe that the African Union should be officially included and invited into the BRICS plus 6 in the same way the African Union was included and invited into the G20 group, and in the same way the European Union is part of the G7. The inclusion of the African Union into BRICS plus 6 cooperation will assist in the common and integrated development of the African economy, particularly in the era of African free trade area, the continental free trade area, which is progressively collapsing the barriers and borders for harnessed and enhanced African intra-trade. This is due to the fact that inter-African trade faces significant limitations due to inadequate inter-African and pan-continental infrastructure, which impacts the free movement of goods and people within the continent. South Africa and the entire African continent will use our participation in BRICS plus 6 platforms to achieve maximum common prosperity and the development of the entire continent. We highlight that in pursuit of such, let us prioritize the programs that are the flagship programs of Agenda 2063. One of those programs is a high-speed rail network, train network connecting all African capitals and commercial centers. 2 is the formulation of a strategy for transforming the African economy from a supplier of raw materials to one that actively uses its own resources. 3 is the introduction of the African Union passport, the removal of all visa requirements for all its holders within Africa, but also to end the wars. So we must utilize the participation of South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, but now with the African Union to then reverse the ravages and the remnants of colonialism, and that has got to define the African continent. But we also believe that the BRICS bloc should create powerful and viable alternate financial institutions and developmental financial institutions, which will counter and work outside the framework of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. But also we need to purposefully push for the reform of the United Nations, which when was founded in 1945, there were only 3 countries in the African geography which had relative autonomy, which were Egypt, Liberia, and Ethiopia. We currently have got more than 50 countries. We've got a population of more than 1.2 billion people as the African continent, and we do not have meaningful participation in the United Nations, particularly in the Security Council. The systems that govern the United Nations are not democratized, are not representative of our people, are not representative of the geography of the entire world. So we should utilize our friendship and cooperation with all the countries in BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, Saudi Arabia, Argentina, Ethiopia, Iran, to push a progressive agenda. We collectively constitute the majority of the population in the world. We should democratize the United Nations and make sure that it's represented. And lastly, we should, in the 16th summit, start the process of de-dollarization and move away from utilizing the dollar as a form
there's no lastly, your
exchange in
time
the
is
global
up.
economy. Thank you very much. We welcome this development.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Hlengwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On January 1, 2024, Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates will become members of BRICS. With these new members, the BRICS Plus grouping, as it will henceforth be known, will have a 29% share of the global GDP. The grouping will represent 46% of the world's population. Oil production within the grouping will more than double to 43%, and based on the merchandise trade, the grouping will hold 25% share of the global exports. On paper, with the addition of these new members, who are all part of the Global South, the BRICS Plus grouping will wield enormous power on the world stage. It will be in a stronger position to push for much-needed reforms of multilateral institutions to advance the South-South cooperation agenda. As the world transforms, so too must the worldwide organizations that were created to serve humanity. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, speaking at the BRICS Forum held in Johannesburg this year, acknowledged that today's global governance structures reflect yesterday's world. And importantly, for multilateral institutions to remain truly universal, they must reform to reflect today's power and economic realities. Ironically, among the most needed reforms are those of the United Nations itself, particularly as it relates to the composition of the United Nations Security Council and the highly contested veto right held by the 5 permanent members. This reform is something that the IFP continues to call for, as the veto right completely negates the voting rights of the non-permanent members and allows for unilateral decision-making. It is significant that the new members of the BRICS Plus are all part of the Global South, and the additional 2 African countries, Ethiopia and Egypt, now bolster the African voices in this grouping. Together, they can advocate for reforms of other powerful multilateral institutions, such as the IMF and the World Bank, that have long had a stranglehold on the global economy and whose policies are not structured to benefit developing nations. According to a 2023 September Human Rights Watch report, the International Monetary Fund, with the global debt crisis looming, is setting conditions for its loans that risk undermining people's economic, social, and cultural rights. It is therefore both hopeful and necessary that the new development bank, once bolstered with contributions from the new BRICS Plus members, should provide a viable alternative to the World Bank and the IMF, with financing that is focused on projects that eradicate poverty and promote equality. However, while the benefits of the South-South agenda are apparent, the IFP feels the need to express concerns about the human rights records of some of the new BRICS Plus members. South Africa is one of only 3 of the original members of BRICS who are democracies within the grouping, a hard-fought and hard-won democracy, one might add. As the IFP, we are concerned by the growing trend by government to pursue a foreign policy agenda that finds South Africa surrounded by countries that do not share the values and principles as enshrined in our constitution. In conclusion, as we pursue the South-South agenda, let us do so in a way that guarantees the rights and freedoms of all those who live in the global South. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Muda. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. House Chair, after more than 40 countries expressed interest in joining BRICS, leaders from the 5-nation bloc decided that Saudi Arabia, Iran, Ethiopia, Egypt, and Argentina, and the United Arab Emirates would join the group starting in 2024. With the addition of these 6 countries, BRICS now represents 42% of the world's population and 36% of the global domestic product. The primary economic bloc was originally created as an alternative to the US-led international order, with the goal of offering growing countries in the global south a counterbalance to Western institutions. The BRICS consensus-based approach has hampered its effectiveness in the past, but the geopolitical factors driving its expansion, as well as the sometimes conflicting strategic goals of its individual members, will have a major role in shaping the future of this international system. Chair, this BRICS gathering in Sandton during August 2023 has largely been seen as a diplomatic victory of the Chinese leader. But above this, China was also able to see through the expansion of the bloc's membership. This matters because the BRICS combination of the US adversaries like Russia and Iran, alongside the US partners like Brazil and India, will force the United States to consider the security interests that they may have to come to share. On the negative side for China, its ambitions to reform the world's financial architecture in favor of the global South interests continue to meet frustrations. We have heard a lot about the possibility of a shared BRICS currency in recent months, but this is unlikely to gain traction for many reasons. It implies that BRICS members will have held larger amounts of each other's currencies. It's unclear that any members of the new or expanded BRICS would wish to buy Russian rubles right now, even if they could. Moreover, Chinese yuan still struggles to internationalize meaningfully for its closed capital markets. Since the introduction of the euro in 2002, the currency has had very little impact on the dominance of the US dollar in the 20 years since. So it seems that unlikely that a middle-income alternative would pose much or more of a threat. This expansion may also introduce more challenges than opportunities for the founding members, Chair, especially when it comes to creating alternative institutions to the current world order. The enlarged BRICS will undoubtedly serve as an important forum for global conversation amongst middle-income countries, but that may be its biggest impact on global affairs. It remains to be seen what Brazil stands to gain from its concession to China in remaking of the BRICS, now the nature of BRICS. Brazil is widely considered to have supported the expansion of BRICS in returns for China's support of Brazil's addition to the United Nations Security Council as a permanent member, alongside fellow BRICS countries, India. The compromise appears lopsided from the start. China walks away with immediate gains and Brazil receives only empty promises. The BRICS summit itself brought few tangible outcomes for South Africa, whose membership in the BRICS is largely symbolic. South Africa is the smallest and most economically insignificant member of the group. As Russia deals with economic sanctions and international condemnation for its war against the Ukraine, BRICS has become an important forum for Moscow. Honourable Chair, over a decade in existence, it remains to be seen whether BRICS will become a force, politically and economically force, in any way with the international system. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Nkosi. Over to you, sir. May I suggest that you switch off your video, Honorable
that
Kosi?
BRICS has emerged as a forum
Much better.
with the potential to change the global political as well as economic outlook substantially. That aims to set both regional and global agendas for democratic economic engagement. There is recognition that there is a long-term structural change in the world economy, and this has also resulted in a shift in political influence, alignment, and relations. Both China and India has experienced unprecedented economic growth and are expected to do so in the next 30 years. This will constitute a rebalancing of the relations which cannot be ignored by economists, policymakers, and global decision makers. As we reflect on South Africa's successful hosting of the summit, the ethos of collaboration, shared goals, and a commitment to a more just and inclusive global order still reverberate in our collective conscience. The BRICS Summit has served as a beacon of unity, prompting us to reflect on the importance of South-to-South agenda and its profound impact on the advancement of our African nations. We hope to build on the outcomes of the summit in order to shape our collaborative future and navigate the challenges and opportunities that are presented by the summit. Against this background, we outline our vision and strategies which will propel us towards a brighter, more interconnected, and harmonious global landscape. First, we must acknowledge the fundamental significance of the South-to-South cooperation for the development of African nations. This collaborative approach fosters a sense of solidarity and shared responsibility, enabling us to address common challenges and design appropriate responses to address issues related to sustainable development. The bonds forged through South-to-South cooperation are essential in realizing the African agenda, ensuring that no country is left behind in our collective pursuit of prosperity. As a country, we participate in and are a member of numerous South-to-South treaties and alliances where a range of issues are discussed, ranging from economic underdevelopment and exclusion from important decision-making processes in global fora on matters of climate change, global economy, and norms generation and implementation to discussions on intellectual property regimes. A critical aspect of this cooperation is advancing the implementation of the Millennium Development Goals. Through pooling resources, knowledge, and expertise, we can make significant strides in achieving these goals and bringing about change and improving the quality of life of our people. Notable but unequal progress has been recorded in the areas from renewable to clean energy to the provision of sustainable settlement and water and sanitation. South Africa plays a critical role in ensuring that BRICS prioritizes the continent in terms of infrastructure development, regional integration, and industrialization. In this regard, we are committed to developing a unified continental approach to emerging powers and enlisting the input and key collaborators in Africa. Through our progressive efforts to advocate for the expansion of BRICS to include more African nations, we recognize the substantial role the forum plays in promoting economic growth and development in Africa, particularly through initiatives such as the African Free Continental Trade Area. The collaborative efforts within BRICS creates the opportunity for trade, investment, and technological exchange, contributing to the economic empowerment of African countries. BRIC members countries trade with their African counterparts, which has increased over the years, particularly on infrastructure development, such as the construction of harbors, roads, and bridges. The endeavors serve as exemplars of that which can be achieved when nations join forces for mutual benefit. Through shared projects, technology transfer, and capability building, BRICS nations have set a precedent for effective collaboration that we can emulate and build upon for the greater good of the continent. Further, BRICS holds tremendous potential in supporting African countries to achieve their development goals and address global challenges such as climate change and health crises. By leveraging the collective strength of BRICS, African nations can access resources, expertise, and innovative solutions to tackle pressing issues that transcend borders. Our participation in this forum provides a platform to amplify the voices of African nations, advocate for unique continental challenges, and foster partnerships that amplify our influence
on the global stage. It is a collective responsibility to ensure that the benefits of BRIC membership translate in tangible improvements in the lives of people of our continent. It is crucial to underscore in this regard the importance of education in our collective journey towards sustainable development. Education is a cornerstone of progress. By investing in accessible and quality education, we empower our citizens to contribute meaningfully to socio-economic growth of our nations. Collaborations within BRICS allow us to share best practices, promote educational exchange programs, and enhance the skills of our workforce, ultimately fostering innovation and productivity across the continent. In addition to education, the healthcare sector demands that our focus be to recognize that the recent health challenges which have underscored the interconnectedness of our world and the need for robust healthcare systems. By pooling resources in health and expertise within the framework of BRICS, we can strengthen our healthcare infrastructure, enhance disease prevention measures, and improve access to quality healthcare for all. This cooperative approach is not only a response to immediate challenges, but also an investment in the resilience and well-being of our communities for years to come. It is also paramount, Chairperson, to emphasize the importance of a cultural exchange. BRICS provide a unique platform for the rich cultural diversity of our nations to flourish. By promoting cultural understanding and appreciation, we can build bridges of tolerance and mutual respect. Cultural exchange fosters people-to-people connections, laying the groundwork for enduring partnerships that transcend political and economic boundaries, creating a more interconnected and harmonious world. Technology and innovation is an era defined by rapid technological advances. In BRICS collaboration can catalyze the information and technology ecosystems across Africa. We can position our nations at the forefront of the global technological landscape by fostering research and development partnership, promoting technology transfer, and investing in digital infrastructure. This not only propels economic growth, but also ensures that African countries actively contribute to shaping technology's future on a global scale. The importance of the African continent in trade, commerce, and industry also means that Africa must influence relationships with its BRICS partners to ensure that key advantages of our country's role as a bridge for lasting ties in natural resources, banking, financial, communication, and transport network. The South Africa agenda, the South-to-South agenda, is not just a theoretical concept. It is a practical framework for collaboration that holds the key for the development and progress of African nation states. Through initiatives like the FESTA, successful South-to-South cooperation, and strategic leveraging of our membership, we can collectively chart a course towards a brighter future for Africa, one that is characterized by a shared prosperity, sustainable development, and global influence. Chairperson, BRICS desires to shape a more democratic and just multipolar world order based on the rule of international law, equality, mutual respect, cooperation, and collective decision-making of all states. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Trent.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP, having participated in the BRICS Summit and Parliamentary Forum held this year, is keenly aware that BRICS is a grouping of emerging market countries that seek to establish deeper ties between their nations and cooperate on economic expansion, including trade. In this regard, the BRICS countries seek to depend on each other for growing influence in the world. Additionally, they strive to advance the South-South agenda and the transformation of the international multilateral institutions, acting as a balance against traditional Western influence. Goldman and Sachs positions that the global economy will be dominated by the BRICS economies by 2050. The main comparative advantage of this group is their low labor costs, favorable demographics, and abundant natural resources. In 2013, BRICS accounted for some 27% of global GDP in purchasing power. Currently, BRICS accounts for 32% of global trade, surpassing the G7. The 5 countries have a total population of 2.8 billion people, accounting for some 42% of the entire global population. The countries in the BRICS bloc cover 26% of the total land area on Earth. This demographical and statistical information is set to change as in January 2024, another 6 countries will be added to the BRICS bloc, namely Argentina, Ethiopia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. China has a GDP of 19.3 trillion rand, dollars. India, $3.7 trillion. Brazil, $2.4 trillion. Russia, $2.2 trillion, while South Africa, a paltry GDP of some $405.8 billion. Clearly, we lag behind our BRICS counterparts because of the numerous own goals scored by the ruling party. Our manufacturing sector is in decline due to failed economic policies. We have some of the highest crime, unemployment, poverty, and inequality rates in the world, with an inefficient electricity supply and water infrastructure collapsing, where 50% of all water from bulk suppliers never reaches the end consumer. While the economies of our BRICS partners continues to grow, South Africa has lost its #1 spot as Africa's top economy. We are now #3 behind Nigeria and Egypt, and we are set to borrow some 500 billion rand per annum over the outlying years. Unless the ANC is replaced by the African Christian Democratic Party, our standing in BRICS and that as a nation is in jeopardy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable UDM. We shall proceed and recognize Honorable ATM.
Yeah, I had my hand up.
Oh, Honorable Papa, my apology. I was still like recognizing.
I don't think
Yes,
it's
Honorable.
relevant anymore because the member is no longer on the platform. I wanted to ask whether it's parliamentary for the member to insist on calling us rulers when we are elected governors.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Hope, Papa. Thank you very much, and my apology for the delay of recognizing your good sir. Honorable ATM. Honorable Good, Honorable the Deputy Minister of International Relations, over to you, sir. Oh, okay.
Yes, Honorable.
Before that, probably let's take NFP so that it can be in between Honorable Member, Honorable DM, if I may. NFP, do you want to come in? I saw you with your video ready.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Protocol. Let the Deputy Minister come after me. But let's start with the good news. Woolworths have just announced that they will no longer be stocking Israeli products. Well done, Woolworths. Now, Chairperson, on this very important topic, this is what BRICS says and the leadership of BRICS says. First of all, they want to introduce an Islamic financing system, which simply says goodbye to interest and goodbye to the exploitation of all these banking and financial institutions controlled by the colonialists. And I'm sure you observe something, Chairperson, in this house. Colonialists defend colonialists, without any doubt. Let's see what else BRICS says beside the financial system. Social upliftment for everyone in the world. Now, that certainly doesn't go as far as the colonialists who want to continuously control us and make us vulnerable and ensure that our people remain poor all their lives. Let's see what else BRICS says. It says a safe and secure world, which means those colonialists, particularly the West and the Zionists, will not be able to make money out of arms and ammunitions and cause chaos and mayhem and division and destruction. They are talking about a new World Health Organization, Chairperson, which simply means that what the current World Health Organization is doing, and you can see what has happened with COVID and all the evidence that's unfolding, how it was manipulated, how it was created, how the vaccines, and most of them benefit, of course, were from these colonialist countries. And of course, now the evidence is more and more people are dying as a result of that vaccine. So they're talking about a new currency because the US dollar has been manipulating currencies all over the world. So what does it simply tell us? That this is a very positive step in the right direction, a South-South agenda. The time has come when we need a new world order where there's peace and prosperity. And if ever there is an opportunity for peace and prosperity, then it is indeed going to come from this new BRICS initiative. Yes, indeed, only 6 other countries have thus far been accepted, but the intention and the plan is to accommodate a whole lot more. But they want to follow due process, ensure they crawl before they walk. So I think indeed the opportunities that is being created by BRICS must be encouraged. If you remember what the late words of former Muammar Gaddafi, the late leader of Libya, what he said, one Africa, one continent, one currency, one president. I think we're heading in that direction. And if I think you are there to tell me I must get off, Chairperson. I'll do so. Thank you.
No, I was not going to say that, but anyway, thank you very much, Honorable Imam Sheikh. That will give us then to go to the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Bottas. Over to you, sir.
No, thank you very much, House Chair, Honorable Regina Mina, Poteng Lesoma, Honorable members of Cabinet and Parliaments, fellow South Africans. Today, Honorable members, our geopolitical landscape is in a constant state of flux. There is a plethora of challenges for countries, in particular of the global South, which include, but not limited to a rise in narrow nationalism, right-wing and religious radicalism, violent extremism and terrorism, populism, racism, xenophobia, and other discriminations, including apartheid as practiced by the State of Israel. In addition, Honorable House Chairperson, asymmetrical, non-traditional, and non-linear warfare, poverty, and inequality. The root causes of which includes, but are not limited to, food, water, and energy insecurity. And these challenges inevitably results in a rise in global, continental, regional conflicts, including the genocidal conflict which we see today in Gaza. We hope through the collective efforts of BRICS family, with the vision of building a world that is fairer, just, impartial, inclusive, and more prosperous, it will enable that for Africa, it will enable that in particular for the global South. Our commitment, honorable members, to a fair and just world requires us to confront the existing inequalities, discrimination, bias, injustice, unfairness, exclusivity, and unipolar conduct, which more than often engage in weaponization of multilateral institutions. And importantly, Honorable House Chair, the central topology and posture of BRICS was there, a significant consensus on the need to change the global architecture, including, Bretton Woods institutions and a number of, key UN institutions, including your UN Security Council, which should obviously be, in terms of the Common Africa agenda, as encapsulated in the Zwelweni Consensus and the Surti Declaration. So the BRICS family, honorable members, has been consistent to champion the transformation of the global governance architecture on the 3 pillars based on political, financial, and economic cooperation, and has, become a very reliable voice and an ally of the global South when we engage in international politics. Importantly, Chair, the BRICS leaders committed themselves in the Johannesburg II Declaration to strengthen cooperation on issues of both common interest, both within the BRICS family and within the broader multilateral fora, including the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, and the United Nations Human Rights Council, the HRC. And it has committed, obviously, to pivot key priorities for the Global South in advancing the South-to-South agenda, including the African Agenda of 2063, premised on the 7 aspirations, which speaks about the inclusive South Africa that are stable and that are more prosperous, as envisaged by our forefathers during the OAEU's founding in 1963. The BRICS family, honorable members, has agreed to oppose attempts by some states to use human rights agenda to pursue narrow national interests on the pretext of promoting human rights. For an example, the weaponization of the United Nations Human Rights Council. And what we have agreed, honorable members, in relation to the multilateral human rights ecosystem is in particular to give equal attention to all human rights, and our approach of equality of scale for first, second, and third generation rights is obviously juxtaposed by the approach of some states in the Northern Hemisphere to continue to emphasize the supremacy of civil and political rights over economic, social, and cultural environmental rights, which is the key right and that obviously is embedded within our program. The BRICS, honorable members, want to ensure that global governance institutions remain faithful to multilateralism and a rules-based approach premised on international law and to human rights. Furthermore, that human rights and institutions that support them are not abused, honorable members, and weaponized by states in pursuit of the unilateral action and the imposition of unilateral coercive measures under the rubric of the protection of human rights. In particular for us, honorable House Chair, will be the cooperation as it relates to the elimination of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, with a specific emphasis on the comprehensive implementation of and the follow-up to the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. I think, honorable members, as we see the international unfolding disaster on humanitarian level that are taking place and increased violations of international human rights and humanitarian law, including war crimes, what we are enjoining the BRICS nations is to call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and a ceasefire, to call for the establishment of a humanitarian corridor for humanitarian aid, and an embargo, honorable members, of military aid to the state of Israel by all countries. And we are supporting substantively the call made by President Ramaphosa for the ICC to urgently issue a reprimand that should lead ultimately to an arrest warrant that should be leveled against Prime Minister Netanyahu for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the genocide committed in particular against women and children. And that crimes, honorable members, does not only relate to 7 October 2023. We are speaking here about a 75-year process, which accumulatively he, as a chief representative of the Israeli state, should take responsibility for. Honorable House Chair, on the multilateral system, we want to acknowledge it faced unprecedented challenges, but our view, obviously, and optics as the South African government, is that the WTO remains a key instrument within the multilateral arena. And what is needed is for us to transform the WTO as a central body for the development trajectory of, in particular, countries of the global south. I wish to indicate, honorable members, that BRICS partners has committed themselves to strengthen international cooperation and collaboration against the fight against corruption and international financial flows, because it is the antithesis to the development paradigm that the BRICS family nations are actually advancing. One of the key areas that were highlighted about there is the decision that BRICS have agreed to call for the transformation of the UNSC, where we are going to have South Africa, Brazil, and India, amongst others, to play a key and a greater role in international affairs. The second strategic political outcome was obviously the expansion of including the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We are obviously of the opinion, Chair, that it will substantively change the scales of international security, international financial and economic cooperation, international cooperation as it relates to cultural cooperation and people-to-people contact. The third key aspect, Madam Chair, is a consensus that there is an unfair financial architecture, and the summit have decided that there should be a consideration of the BRICS payment and settlement system. That obviously, Chair, is quite significant given the fact that as we advance the Abuja Treaty through the ACFTA, it will obviously become a critical instrument to build inclusive prosperity as envisaged by the forefathers of the OAU. Honorable Chair, I want to conclude.
Switch off your mic. Honorable TM, 1 second. Honorable Shalembe, no, before you conclude, Honorable Shalembe, switch off your mic or you decide just to be out of the system. That will assist. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Honorable TM.
Yes, Honorable House Chair. I think what we are saying, House Chair, as BRICS Chair, South Africa has always stressed the value of BRICS to advance our Pan-African outlook. We do acknowledge the task before us is monumental, but the resolve of the BRICS nations is unwavering in that regard. Antonia Gramsci, Honorable Chair, have reminded us that it is important to tell the truth, because to tell the truth is revolutionary. There must be an acclamation on the leadership provided by President Ramaphosa, which has been unprecedented, unparalleled, substantive, and qualitative to the BRICS 15 BRICS summit. I conclude with the quote, Honorable House Chair, by Lu Zuhang on the seminal works entitled Some Present Task, and I paraphrase. He says, the people needs a contingent of leaders who are equal to the political task with regard to their number and quality, as well as with regard to their composition. That the people needs a contingent of leaders who are capable of fulfilling to the highest degree the requirements of the political task in each period, unquote. I submit that President Ramaphosa conforms to that characterization. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM, and I'll recognize Honorable AIC, Honorable Cope. I now recognize Honorable Nyonzo. Over to you, sir. Honorable Nyonzo. No indication, we shall proceed. And it must be noted that between Honorable Bachman and Honorable Hetland, nobody is going to speak. I now recognize Honorable Bachman. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. The recent expansion of the BRICS alliance, while seemingly aimed at promoting South-South cooperation, raises serious concerns about its potential to undermine South Africa's interests and erode its strategic standing within the bloc. Many questions arose on the establishment around BRICS. It was concerning to know what the commonality was between the states. It was not economy size, it was not political ideology, and there was hardly any other obvious or glaring commonality that would draw one to an instant conclusion. And if I was a conspiracy theorist, I would have said that it could have been the exploitive and fertile ground that South Africa has to offer that made us unequal but ideal partners. Of course, I would have been proven correct just by looking at the initial investment costs into the bank and the fact that we were the first country within the alliance that would borrow from this newly developed BRICS bank. As the union has developed, it has been more critical to question the motive of BRICS, whether the motive was economic, trade, political, or bold enough to be an alternative to the G7. It has always been our understanding that it would be more a trade arrangement, but as time has shown, it seems to have been a political alliance with unlikely allies. The war in Ukraine was its biggest test, and I think the response has been quite telling. I think it is safe to say that the world is not divided into East and West anymore. I would rather say that there are free countries and ruled states. These two axes are evidently polarizing more and more, with the US and the UK, Europe headlining the one side, and on the opposite side is the China, Russia, Iran, its axis. BRICS is possibly the UN of this axis, or with the increasing numbers of membership, it is fast competing with the G20. With 11 countries, its membership is now covering 36% of the world GDP and has 42% of the world population under it. This can now be considered a world order. The new development bank can be seen as an economic tool that can compete with the US dollar and the IMF in borrowing money. None of this would be problematic if the reasons were just and had growth and development as its objective. On the surface, the expansion of the BRICS bloc appears as an opportunity to strengthen the South-South agenda and amplify the voices of the developing nations. However, I fear that such a move could lead to a dilution of the bloc's core values, the few that actually unite the countries in a trade pact, and a weakening of its ability to effectively represent the interests of its members. Adding new members with vastly different economic structures, political systems, and foreign policy priorities has created a high potential for internal divisions and lowers the chances of consensus building. Also, having such an extreme mix is certain that some countries may have their voices drowned out. And with Egypt and Ethiopia included in BRICS, we have diluted our own strategic importance and, more importantly, our value. It must also be noted that the timing of the expansion, whilst the global landscape is currently experiencing unprecedented turbulence with geopolitical tensions rising and economic uncertainties looming, is highly questionable and concerning considering the domestic fiscal pressures. It creates a division, especially due to lack of transparency on contributions and pressures placed on member states and their domestic obligations. Taking into account our membership fees, our borrowing rates, and possibly the cost of AGOA, the intensifying of the grey listing due to polarizations of these axes, our new friends could make this the most spectacular extravagance yet, for which we will have no return except for some Russian power ships, Chinese dams and mines, Iranian ethylene and petroleum. Our Zimbabwean brothers will be climbing this washing line home in droves to get home to safety. Some others will be going to paradise in Namibia. The UN Development Report on Quality of Life will drop from making us on a par with the Palestinian territories currently, which it is, to thinking well below the states of Cuba, Sudan, and Liberia. So when we debate something like BRICS and its new path to the economic development, sure, it is a tale of Robin Hood, but it might not be the script you think it is, and we might not be the actors in the story that we think we are. You see, I think there are less Robin Hoods in the story and more Brother Johns, and it is not the wealthy that are necessarily being stolen from to give to the poor. Therefore, the DA believes that it's time that the ANC takes its already embarrassing and outdated foreign policy and stop looking backwards. It's time to prepare for a new country, a country where they might not even be governments at all. It is time that they start governing this country as if it belongs to everyone that lives in it, and not just the executive and the people greedily feeding at the trough. It seems the one thing that BRICS and the ANC have in common is the lack of diplomacy, and it is the one thing that they could learn together to make the experience worthwhile. If they cannot do it, let them not just have new elections in Johannesburg, let them have an early election nationally too. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Claire to close the debate. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And please pardon me, I won't put.
But you can also mute yourself while you can't put your video on.
I've unmuted, Chair. Apologies.
Okay, thank you.
We have observed after this whole debate that there are still those who are immune to development, such as DA and ACDP. And I so wish they come back from the dreamland and realize that ANC has done wonders. It has done the good that they could not do for the past 100 years by their forefathers then. Having said that, Honorable Chair, honorable members, as we conclude this substantive debate throughout our deliberations, it has become evident that BRICS nations play a crucial role in influencing global social, political, and economic dynamics. The collaborations and shared values within BRICS have positioned these nations at the forefront of international discourse, steering the narrative towards a more inclusive and equitable world order. Equally significant is BRICS' central role in advancing the South-to-South agenda. The partnerships within this bloc exemplify the spirit of solidarity among developing nations, transacting geographical boundaries to address common challenges and foster mutual developments. BRICS stands as a practical example of the potential for collective action in reshaping international relations. Furthermore, let us emphasize the importance of BRICS in driving the economic development of countries in Global South, with a special focus on Africa. Africa. At the recent BRICS summit, the member nations collectively affirmed their recognition of the vital role women play in the promoting peace and stability globally. In a resounding declaration, the leaders acknowledged, I quote, "We recognize the importance of the increased participation of women in peace processes, including in conflict prevention and resolution, peacekeeping, peace building, post-conflict reconstruction, and development and sustained peace." That is what the summit has noticed that around in BRICS. This statement underscores the commitment of the BRICS state nations to fostering inclusivity and gender equality in all facets of peace initiatives. It signifies a shared belief in the transformative power of women's engagement and in addressing the complex challenges of conflict and post-conflict scenarios. As we move forward, it is imperative that we translate this recognition into a concrete action that empower and elevate the contributions of women in the pursuit of lasting peace and global security. Chair, in conclusion, as we reflect on today's discourse, let us carry forward the understanding that BRICS is not merely an association of nations, but it is a catalyst for positive change and a promoter of a more interconnected and cooperative world. The affirmation we make today regarding the critical role of BRICS in global dynamics is significant for South Africa's agenda and its pivotal role in the economic development of countries in the South, particularly Africa, will resonate in the halls of international cooperation. I extend my gratitude to all participants for their valuable contributions, and I look forward to witnessing the continued impact of BRICS on the world stage. With these thoughts, I officially close the debate, hoping that our shared vision for a better future remains steadfast in the days and years to come, especially that African National Congress in 2024 will still come back as a ruling party and take government so that it can teach and lead DA for free. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, that concludes the debate and the business of the visual mini plenary. Mini plenary will now rise.
right, colleagues, it's 9:30. I'm going to ask that we beg your indulgence momentarily. There's a slight change to Parliament's legal representatives coming. Fatima, whom you've been dealing with, is dealing with another bill. Advocate Jenkins will be here shortly. So it's just a matter of a few minutes. We need to wait for him to arrive, but he's on his way. So just waiting for Advocate Jenkins. Yeah, so it's a few minutes out. No, yeah. To making a public appearance, at meeting which the committee directed that the necessary security protocols must be put in place for the Brigadier in light of the allegations or the mentions that had been made by the National Commissioner. The Commissioner further stated that he had called Brigadier Burger in the morning of the meeting to inquire of his whereabouts, emphasizing that he should be present as required by the committee. The National Commissioner revealed that Brigadier Burger had expressed discomfort about appearing before the committee, but the Commissioner insisted that he attend and provide reasons if he chose not to. In the same meeting, the Commissioner highlighted ongoing SABC processes related to the allegations of corruption, criminal activity and maladministration at ESCOM. The Commissioner reported that he had engaged with Brigadier Burger, who provided feedback on his meeting with the former GCA, but Brigadier claimed that Mr. Director provided him with information pertaining to the allegations, but did not give him the information gathering report. Brigadier Burger allegedly informed the Commissioner that he took the information to one of the investigating bodies he was part of. The committee further resolved to invite Brigadier Burger to a meeting on the 12th of September 2023. In response to the committee's invite, the National Commissioner disclosed that Brigadier Burger had since retired at the end of June 2023 and will therefore not be appearing before SCOPA as he is fully engaged in the month of September 2023. Before exercising its powers to summon him in accordance with Section 56A of the Constitution of the Republic, read with the powers, privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004, the committee extended a final invite to the Brigadier to appear on 25 October. Consequently, Brigadier Burger advised the committee that he is not in a position to accept the invitation. Following interactions between Parliamentary Legal Services and the Brigadier's legal representatives, Brigadier Burger has agreed to appear before the committee in compliance with the subpoena served to him by SCOPA as he is here this morning. Therefore, the purpose of today's meeting is to engage Brigadier Burger with the aim to understand the extent of his knowledge regarding the allegations made by the former GCE, Mr. Andre de Ruyter, and to take the committee through and disclose the actions that he has taken in this response. With that background, I would like now to hand over to Advocate Jenkins to go through the processes of the subpoena. Advocate, over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson, colleagues. Good morning, Chairperson. Let me start again. Honourable members, colleagues, as well as the witness and all other guests with him. Chair, I was asked to administer the oath or solemn affirmation on the witness this morning. So I think for the record, may I ask the witness just to state its name, please? His name.
I am Johan Albertus Petrus Burger, otherwise referred to as JAP or YAP as my nickname.
Thank you very much. Mr. Burger, in terms of the NA rules, committee may summons a person also in terms of the powers and privileges, and when a person is summoned, the option, it's not really an option, but the rules require that the witness is put under oath. So prior to the witness giving evidence before this House and through the chairperson, I need to first inform you of the oath. So please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you may be required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry. So notwithstanding the fact that the answers or documents could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages, however, you are protected in that the evidence given under oath before this House may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Now, with regard to the latter, I want to refer you to Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, which makes it a criminal offence if a person willfully furnishes a House or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading, and a person is then, on a guilty verdict, liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. So may I ask Mr. Burger if you would like to take an oath or a solemn affirmation?
I will take the oath.
Now, may I ask you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give.
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to say, colleagues, Brigadier Burger will have the latitude to consult with his legal representative as and when he deems it necessary, and that opportunity will be provided to him as and when he asks questions. The second issue I want to raise is that we as a committee as well did consult with Parliament Legal Services in light of the letters that the Brigadier had written to the Speaker, and our scope is quite clearly defined insofar as where we as a committee may focus, and hence the emphasis which I would have made in the opening statement about the allegations being related to financial maladministration, corruption at ESCOM. And finally, to say that Brigadier Burger does not appear before us, notwithstanding the summons, as a suspect. So I think that matter must be clarified so that we can have a meaningful and clear engagement. I'll now hand over to Brigadier Burger if there's any opening remarks or statements that he would like to make, and request that he introduce his legal representative. And then we'll come to colleagues for questions. Over to you, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. My legal representative here is Mr. Milton de la Harp, who is assisting me today. May I proceed? Mr. Chairperson, thank you very much. And from my side, if I can extend an apology, what might have been seen as avoidance, I can clarify that. I'm a retired brigadier from the South African Police Service, working on corruption basically since 1999. So I've got, I think I've most probably got the part of the longest serving in the police dealing with the matters of corruption. Out of that, I've established the anti-corruption task team when I was at the Hawks, until that was closed down and shut down. Wait, before that. I started in 1999. Guess what happened in the early 2000s? They closed down the anti-corruption unit. Okay. So when the next opportunity arose with the establishment of the Hawks in 2009 and 2010, we established the anti-corruption task team. Again, that was closed down by the new incumbent Lieutenant General, now I think it's now Major General Meza. So part of the message I want to communicate is we've got difficulties within the structures doing the operational work, continuously being clamped down and being not supported. Okay, I can elaborate on that as well. So I was removed from the anti-corruption task team in 2015. I was requested in 2018 again on some of the corruption investigations with IPID, etc., to support the investigations. That led to 2019. I was asked to assist with the establishment of the Investigating Directorate Corruption within the NPA, and subsequently I was seconded for 3 years over to the NPA, which I withdrew because it is the feasibility of doing work in this space dwindled. I was then moved back with the understanding that I would still support the anti-corruption work from the Office of the National Commissioner or from a Deputy National Commissioner. So since 2021, October basically, I've been adrift. Now, I contemplated putting in my early retirement, literally because of no traction, no interest, basically, from the police management in dealing with matters of serious corruption, specifically as it relates to serious corruption, state capture, etc. And I'll come back to that now. That was in 2021. Then I was requested, and this is the strange thing. I was initially not tasked by the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner approached retired Major General Jan Boysen to set up a team and lead a team to deal with the ESCOM investigations. Now, my understanding at the time was that to set up a team that they wanted to deal with comprehensively. In other words, from top down. And the difference between top down and bottom up. You can have a lot of complaints laid, runners, where you go after the runners. You catch the guy with a sack of coal over his shoulder that was stolen. And in essence, we've been keeping ourselves busy with that level, which is the general detective level, according to me. We don't move up to the orchestrators and the kingpins, if you want to call it, behind that. But the way that the organization is, I can almost say, forced to function, is push everything down to I call it the docket level, the transactional level, the incident level, and not really the organized crime space. To me, that is of extreme importance. People can come here, quote thousands of cases they're investigating. Are they addressing the problem? I can tell you, no, they are not. And I've got, past 24 years, basically, experience in that they are not. They are avoiding away from it and trying to move it down to a transactional nature and individualized docket. We're not going to win the fight against corruption, dealing with it in that way. So by saying that, I've actually addressed the anomaly on how we approach. We are not approaching these issues as a matter from national interest, national security interest. Just look at what ESCOM and the lack of power or lack of provisioning of power is doing to the country. It affects all walks of life. National security, but we want to address it from a docket perspective. Okay, so what I lobbied in my letter also to you is the whole issue of national security. We do have a National Security Council, don't we? What have they done around this? Because what does the National Security Council do? I don't know either, because they've been silent on this. They've not addressed anything. Okay. I'm just going to go quickly through letters. So that is background. It wasn't a position of arrogance, but a position of I'm working from a contaminated space. Even if you look at the address by the National Commissioner, he misrepresented me. That's why I wrote the letter to the Speaker. And he avoided any. He actually highlighted. Now he's afraid, if I remember correctly. I didn't even watch it. That was a misrepresentation of what I said, and those 4 points that I raised was the key issues of concern. On the issues of witnesses and so on, remember, I've got an obligation as a police officer. Witnesses, whistleblowers, to protect their identity proactively, not reactively, not wait until there's a problem. But the way I conduct my business, I need to make sure to the fullest extent that people are protected. Okay, so I just want to emphasize that. Just back to my statement, I wish to address the committee on several critical points, which I've partly touched on, pertaining to nature and scope of the investigations. So the word investigation here is not a docket. It's a more comprehensive strategic assessment of what is going on around ESCOM, as well as the limitations within which we operate. I've already started to address part of that. I've written a letter to the Speaker, and I've noted, I stated ESCOM is a national security concern. So, and I've been, as I said, I've been working over 24 years in the corruption space. It is not to obscure what is going on, but it's rather the obligation to deal with it in a sensitive matter as national security. I noted oversight by the Parliamentary committees, which are, especially in terms of the public space, there is information. But it's not information that you should be opening up to the public. There are ongoing investigations, there are ongoing security concerns, and that's also why the other portfolio committees, like the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and I'm going to come back to that part specifically, that should be engaged in terms of oversight. Because, Mr. Chair, to put it bluntly, the processes of government is not working. So is the oversight mechanisms is not working. I'll get back to that now. Investigations into criminality such as organized crime, corruption, as it relates to national security, are classified and as part under law not open to the public. And the last part I've already partly dealt with is that the issues of protecting persons, witnesses, investigators, etc. Let me come back to before I go on. Let me come back to the matter of ESCOM. ESCOM is a part of the critical infrastructure of the country. If I'm correct, I think we all understand it as such. So as part of the critical infrastructure, it's a national key point, etc. Who is supposed to be serving ESCOM or the energy sector with intelligence, protective intelligence, ensuring that they are security compliant and competent? That is the State Security Agency. In my initial engagements with Mr. Reiter, I emphasized the fact and asked him, have you received a security briefing on that? And the answer was no. Asked him, are all your people vetted? And they had to go and check. So we initiated a process. Now, again, if you deal with organized crime, you have to make sure that you start doing, you have a comprehensive approach. So Mr. De Ruyter then engaged state security on the vetting part, and they did come in and they started with vetting processes. Because what happens in that process, you start to identify certain vulnerabilities, organizationally, but also individually. But there was no product or support that I could determine from state security, which is your protective intelligence, etc., that is supposed to go to a CEO or any head of an agency that is of such vital importance, such as ESCOM. The similar is most probably on Transnet and all the other entities that were captured. So, reference to a matter of national security is not merely for the secretness of it. It's also have all departments or all functions of government done their work to protect the entity. What I found, Mr. Chair, is no. It's no. It is even to the extent where I opened up information and I shared information with the State Security Agency. All cooperation was shut down from their perspective. Now, how can we function? I've just had a discussion when I walked with my colleagues here from the SIU. Is we need a collaborative approach, an integrated approach, a whole of government approach when we look at these issues, and not individualized, as I said, down to a docket level, etc. And it is as if this is being done on purpose, not to have a full response by government using all its organs to protect itself. Okay. Mr. Chair, then your letter, as I stated here, is crucial to underscore the jurisdiction of SCOPA, and thank you for the letter that you sent last week, where you confirmed the scope of your questions will be focused on your mandate, and I support that. Also, what I want to say is we need to activate some of the other oversight mechanisms as well. Yeah, most of the stuff I've already touched on. It's imperative to recognize that investigations into organized crime and corruption, especially those of this nature, are classified for a reason. Confidentiality surrounding such inquiries is essential for the effectiveness and success. Don't underestimate the amount of support and contamination that there is in the government sector from the organized crime syndicates. You'll be amazed. Okay, so it is not merely a position, if I can call it a position of arrogance. It's a position of we know what is going on and how contaminated we are. So we need to make sure that what we do is that we take into account all the risks, etc. Moreover, addressing matters of this kind under the current proposition could set a precedent and far-reaching consequences. I want to reiterate my willingness to meet the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and other oversight mechanisms at the earliest convenience. This meeting, conducted on an urgent and expedited basis, would provide an opportunity or appropriate platform for responding to inquiries that align with statutory and regulatory frameworks governing this. Such engagements would ensure a judicious and lawful approach in addressing concerns while upholding the paramount importance of national security. I thank you for your attention, and I just want to emphasize, Mr. Chair, it is not, I've dedicated more than half of my career on corruption work. I'm not now going to pull back and hide behind stuff, but there's issues of what we have to do and deal with in the right way. Okay, Mr. Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive background. I think it places a lot of things in context. Honourable van Minnen. So I'm not going to interrupt her flow of questions just to save time. So as she poses a question, just respond. I'll come in as and when it's necessary, or if you need to confer with your representative. It just makes it easier.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, just to check in terms of process, do you want me to run through all the questions or okay, thanks very much. Thank you very much, Brigadier, for appearing before us. I think we really do appreciate that. We certainly this year have spoken to and about ESCOM and the ESCOM board and various role players, including security sectors involved with this. And I think the whole ESCOM story has become quite complex and quite complicated, with, on one hand, allegations get made, then they get denied, then other people come in adding bits and pieces, so it starts to become apparent that there were meetings, it starts to become apparent that there were people implicated, including political figures. The extent of the corruption, we've certainly seen indications that there is an enormous amount of corruption at a very high level. What has concerned me enormously is the board as it was earlier in this year, the board chair having now resigned or retired, did not seem, with some exceptions, to be particularly interested in pursuing many of the allegations that were made. In fact, I remember distinctly the chair saying, well, the allegations against ESCOM weren't his problem, they were a SAP's problem. Now, I personally think that that is irresponsibility of the most appalling nature, because if you are the chairman of the board, you really should have an interest in the entity involved. So what I'm interested in here is you're talking about the fact that we hear about the small arrests. So we hear and we see the lists of arrests for this, that, and the other. People who've been operating the freight or the trucks or the drivers, things that are really not particularly complicated, and it is very much the lower tier issues. Now, what you've been saying about SAPs, I'd be very interested, if you can, to elaborate on what you talk about in terms of investigating corruption, that they push it down to the transactional level, down to the docket level. Because from what you're saying, I understand that the implication is that the big issues of corruption and the real networks are not really being addressed, and that it is, for various reasons, it seems to be that the smaller operators are the ones that are really being dealt with in possibly an attempt, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, in an attempt to obscure what's really going on. In that sense, would you be prepared to talk about whether or not that's deliberate or whether or not it is a flaw in the system? So I would particularly be interested in that. Certainly we have dealt with a number of law enforcement agencies, some of whom do seem very committed to dealing with issues, the SIU being one, but at the same time we've had interviews with SAPs and law enforcement that have been very unsatisfactory. So I'd really be interested in getting your perspective on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me make the statement. We've all heard and spoken about state capture. There was a time, I think 2011, I had a meeting with Willie Hofmeyer, and there was a discussion. My offices was at the SIU, just next to the main interest, and it was almost frowned on to use the word state capture. You know, it was not allowed. Now it's become a daily reference. Why? Because of the Zondo Commission, huge emphasis on state capture and the fact that we've been captured. Now, typically, everyone sort of assumes that state capture is a legacy state that we are in. Maybe it's not. It is not. Okay. So many of the organs have not yet been, if you want to use the coin, uncaptured. The integrity has not been restored. Okay. Now, part of that, and Mr. Chair, coming back to my emphasis on, for instance, security clearances, vetting, and so forth, that is but one instrument to start cleaning out and making sure that you've got people of integrity. The vetting will only partially assist you with that, but which will lead to the becoming institutions of integrity. We don't have that. We've not cleaned out. Just look at what's going on at the NPA, the prosecutors and so on that were involved in various. Let me just call it criminality, because that is exactly what it is. They're not cleaned out. So we'll axe one or two heads, but the rest we don't clean out the system. I worked in 2018 on a process which we call the Integrity Support Project. It was also presented to the Portfolio Committee on Police, which is start using data to fast track if you want to call it, the integrity testing of individuals as an instrument. So that was presented, and guess what happened then? It was killed off. No further resources was taken, it was never further developed, etc. So was that a deliberate attempt or just a failure in the system? That an initiative just wasn't taken forward. So, ma'am, we are working against resistance. Okay. But it's actually both. There's deliberate attempts, resistance, but there's also a failure in the design of government in its approach. If I were to ask you, what is the SOP for organized crime detected? What should we do? Shouldn't there be a national security response which involves all stakeholders or role players? Not just sitting around a table, the police pointing the finger at the SIU pointing a finger at the NPA, and the NPA pointing a finger again at the police, etc. Where's the collective? Because firstly, the fact that national institutions, national interests, such as Transnet, such as Eskom, and you can go through the whole Zondo report as but a version of what is in the country. What are the responses supposed to be? How did that happen? If there was civilian intelligence, and if they put it on the table, if there was criminal intelligence from crime intelligence, what happened to those? Now, I don't know, but I have not seen any of those processes active and functioning. The National Security Intelligence Act speaks about a national intelligence estimate. What does it say about the energy sector? And I'm specifically going to energy sector, because that is the next level where atrocities are being committed, even moving past Eskom. So most of the investigations, Mr. Chair, I want to caution against that, is the emphasis only going on what happened in the past. We've got a current and going concern. The energy sector as it is should be protected. So we don't sit 10 years down the line and then we look at criminal cases to deal with the issues that happened. And that is the difference, having a holistic perspective on dealing with your risks and your threats. I'm not playing down that people shouldn't be held accountable, even for the smaller part, your transactional nature of crime. But we've got detective services that should be dealing with it. But who's working on the organized crime? Now, coming back to a statement I made on the narrator, I said Eskom is functioning in I didn't call it a swamp, I had another clever word for it, but it comes down to a swamp of organized crime. Especially if you look at the Mpumalanga area, and this is information and intelligence I got around it, not from Eskom per se, not from the writer. It is known. As I previously alluded to, Eskom was already under investigation as part of the security concern by other entities before. It's supposed to be fast-tracked investigations. Well, 10 years, it's not fast-tracked. Okay. So, to answer you, it's both. There's a bit of flaw. Let me maybe mention this because I had a discussion with our minister in January. There's supposed to be what they call a national crime combating strategy.
One, please, Minister, just
to... Minister Kele, thank you, Kele. I went to see him as well with retired Major General Boyson to clarify, because nothing has happened for over, 8 months, 7 months. So I asked him, what is the stance on the National Crime Combating Strategy? Now, loosely, the National Crime Combating Strategy was conceived in 1999, and it was loosely based on 2 primary focus areas. It is what they call the geographical approach, in other words, the incident, where did it happen, and which station, etc. And the other one was organized crime approach, which is more thematic, narcotics or whatever, and that's a top-down. That really affects national security, whilst your local housebreaking does not necessarily affect national security until you can roll it up in terms of the theme. Now, narcotics obviously fits into both. We've developed the geographical approach. That's why you've got the NAT joints. We deploy people all over the place. Deployment of people will not address organized crime or organized nature of it. Yes, it might situationally inhibit. That's not going to address the real organized crime. Very little work was done on the organized crime approach, if I can coin it. In actual fact, the specialized units were closed early 2000s, and there's been no real emphasis on re-establishing it. We're still dealing with it as a docket. A case is referred to them. So, ma'am, it is. Maybe I should say, because there are really still some good police officers, good officials. I would say primarily that it's a systemic design flaw. We don't deal with issues from a national perspective from organized crime approach. I don't think that has been, I know it has not been properly developed, but that also supplemented by deliberate action where individuals would take action that it's either not supported or it's subtly scuttled. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we've sat with the Minister of Police, and his exact words were that he had enormous political motivation to try to deal with the issues of, let's use the term, the swamp of organized crime around Eskom. But at the same time, although he assured us of his enormous political will, there seems to have been, certainly from what we've seen, very little action, constant contradictions from various parties, including various different law enforcement agencies, as to what was known and what wasn't known, particularly around whether or not they had met with Doretta. A number of parties tried to deny that the meeting had happened. At the same time, other people admitted that it had, or the various meetings that had happened, but they were aware of the reports, that they were aware of at least one high-profile name involved with issues in Mpumalanga. Now that you have retired, is that work continuing from an investigative point of view? Has it been handed over? I mean, I don't know if you know what's going on there. And why would there be this deliberate sort of muddying of the waters in terms of who knew what when, that quite frankly is making a lot of the law enforcement agencies look either complicit or incompetent?
Ma'am, the latter part of your statement might also be true, and maybe more true that you would believe. I think you've seen in the newspapers around the provincial commissioner in Mpumalanga. I'm not up to date with the dealings, but there's direct police involvement. But let me take it 2 levels up. Have you asked the Minister of Police, Mr. Kele, what is his policy on dealing with matters of organized crime? Because that is where policy direction should be coming from if there's a failure on the operational level to deal with it. There could be guidelines developed, there could be a directive issued without him getting involved in the direct content of investigations. An example, is the cash and transit robberies. Again this year, it's creating havoc in the country. Are we dealing with it from a national interest or dealing with from a national concern? We're having meetings, all the security companies around it, we're having meetings and meetings. What is the problem? Why can't we address it? Mr. Chairperson, I've got a very strong belief. We can address it, but we have to put our heads together, stop functioning as individuals or individual parties, and we can resolve this. This is a collective responsibility, and you'll be amazed to see how some of these syndicates, where they find their support from. And it's not only the role of the police service. It involves the whole of intelligence services. Simple thing, firearms. Why can they, for instance, and I'm using the CRT robberies as something that is present, it's in our communities, it's on the streets. We see the incident, but we don't see the holistic, how it's affecting our economy, how it's affecting, because this is one of the most probably, apart from ESCOM, your drivers in trust, or the breakdown of trust in the country. It's severe, just the violence in the country. So from my perspective, there should be a renewed look in what is our response as government to dealing with these issues. Because, ma'am, the simple answer to this is, once we've got that on CRT is right, you'll have the recipe for what should be happening at ESCOM, what should be happening relevant to Transnet, and all the other areas of concern. Mr. Chair, when you started, you said you would not know what have I done. Now, one of the issues I did, I've taken up the issue, two issues, with Dr. Sidney Mufamadi, who was the advisor, security advisor to the presidency. And I raised the issue that the departments are not functioning as a collective. And I suggested to him that we should look at invoking the National Security Council in order to just start guiding initiatives and making sure. What is difficult in terms of an integrated approach is a one DG that has to task another DG. You understand? So the role of such a body, of facilitating what each department should be doing and when, I think is appropriate. His response to me was, he doesn't really think that will help, or that we can trust him to do this. So from my perspective, I don't know where else to go. Similar, if you look at the design, that's the other issue that I discussed with him, is the design of a anti-corruption body, mechanism, competency, which was a huge draft. I saw that draft bill was pushed back, I think, on the NPA, Investigating Director, becoming the body. We need to look at the whole architecture, from prevention, involving the SIU, involving various role players, and not merely at a investigating directorate. An investigating directorate is specifically what it said. It comes in and investigates after the fact, after it's happened. So we must get upstream involved and manage the risks and the threats involved of corruption. Sorry, I'm using this also to articulate this, because that is what we have to have a more comprehensive, that can look at whatever is happening now. How can we start to prevent it whilst we address the reactive part of it? Ma'am.
Now, you've talked about oversight, and I mean, you know, in Parliament we regard obviously oversight as coming from the committees, one of the things obviously which SCOPA has been doing in this case, but also from what you've been saying, obviously you're referring to oversight in terms of bodies like that, about collective approaches, anti-corruption units. But it also touches on the issue of the joints, the national intelligence. There is a concern, and it's certainly something that we have bumped up against in the last couple of years in SCOPA. A concern of mine is very much that as soon as something goes to the joints, it's classified, nobody sees it, nobody knows what happens. And I'm deeply concerned that as part of this, let's call it inefficient oversight, the flaws that we're seeing in the system, the inability to actually track down and deal with the sort of powers behind the organized crime issue. I'm concerned that pushing everything through the joints, making sure that everything is classified like that, although obviously we aren't going to discuss evidence in an open meeting in Parliament, I'm concerned that the process and the structure helps to actually conceal what's going on and actually helps to bring that veil of secrecy over big investigations, with the result that it is easier to shelve them and for things not to happen. Should one not be looking at a system where sunlight is really used to disinfect, that it isn't so easy to simply classify things so that they're hidden, so that we don't go ahead with actually dismantling the swamps and the various organized crime networks?
Madam, yes, there's a place for classification of information and the processes. But you can extract, and I can almost say, you can create sanitized versions for the purposes of SCOPA. Because in many or most instances, there will be overreach, there will be failures in terms of financial systems, etc. Just by the way, the corruption and so on in the country, that was to obtain financial benefit, huge financial benefit. That cannot be classified because it's public coffers. So what I would say, not trying to break down the one to the benefit of the other, is start communicating between each other. They should be providing you with a risk assessment according to your mandate and what they see on their side. To assist SCOPA, what SCOPA should be utilizing its mandate for, that will complement the work on their side. In my past, 40 years in the police, about what? Since 90, how many years of that now? I've been working more or less at a national level. I was appointed in the Office of the National Commission in 95. So I've got quite a grasp of what is happening at the national level. We're not talking to each other. We are not talking to each other. We're not engaging each other. I'm talking, not writing letters to each other, actually engaging. How can I assist you? Yes, you can't give me what is classified, your agents and informers or whatever. What is the substance that I can use for my mandate within SCOPA? And so also the other mechanisms. So that is, Mr. Chair, if I can, on this question, if I can advise, almost plead, please, we need to break down these silos, but not with a, as soon as you want to break down the whole system, you're going to just receive pushback, from there, because they will cling to their legal mandates and so on. Just start declassifying certain things. If you write a report, maybe a third of the report is classified, the rest of it's not really classified, but in terms of practice, the whole report is classified. Extract out of that what you need for your mandate, and then act on that, and then give feedback as well, because the feedback that comes from here. Have you ever asked from SCOPA side, have you ever given a tasking to intelligence services to detect the following irregularities and dysfunctions from their perspective? Because that is how we should be keeping each other accountable and also tasking each other. As I grew up in the police, it would usually be, or in the intelligence environment, people will come to you, what do you know? What are you talking about? I know nothing. We thought so. You know nothing about it. But what is the tasking? What is the request? What is the need? And that is something that we should rectify. Task intelligence services. Don't merely ask them what do they know, because they most probably never worked on this environment. But task them and hold them responsible to come back to you and put it on the table. They are paid for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last question, and then I'll allow someone else. In its current format, in your view, would SAPS and the current law enforcement agencies be able to deal with the size of the problem in the energy sector at the moment, including Eskom?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll give back to you for now.
Thank you very much, Honourable.
Mr. Chair, sorry, maybe just something that you raised. And the answer for it is because our policing models and approaches that does not encompass a more risk-based assessment and a more comprehensive approach. We keep on addressing it from a more transactional approach. And the role, you mentioned earlier on that the board was saying, but it's not his responsibility, it's that of SABC. 80–90% of addressing the risk of threat lies within the accounting officer. Okay, 1 or 2 or 3 of those transactions would be criminal and should be approached by the police, but the rest is management. And that is very specifically true in terms of Eskom. It's the accounting officer's job to go and close the gaps and resolve the vulnerabilities, and not that of the police to come in from external, from a law enforcement perspective to try and close those gaps. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the...
Honourable Hadebe.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's time for us to go back to the real reason why we are here and focus on the actual task at hand. When we engaged with the former Group Chief Executive, Mr. Andre de Ruyter, he indicated to us that he has furnished SABC with all the relevant information as it pertains to intelligence operations, and that there was an officer assigned to deal or liaise with him directly. And later on, when we've engaged the National Police Commissioner, it was then discovered that that senior official was yourselves. Now, our interest is to get to understand, as it relates to the allegation that pertains to financial mismanagement and corruption, have you received information in that regard? And what action have you taken in dealing with such? Are you in a position of the so-called intelligence report? What is the status at the time you were in charge and your sudden departure? Have you taken in dealing with those issues as it relates to the allegations contained and the information at your disposal pertaining to Eskom allegation of financial misconduct? That's my first question.
Thank you, sir. The first thing I did receive, okay, firstly, I want to emphasize, I already explained how I got onto into the process, is via the intervention and the request of retired Major General Boyson. I think it will be appropriate, maybe, if you really want to hear what happened last year, and the fact that the initial team was not established. What really happened there? Because I wasn't part of those discussions between him, the National Commissioner, etc. I did, however, from the beginning of July, start to interact on his behalf with Mr. Andre de Ruyter. What I did do, what did happen, I received information, not from Mr. de Ruyter, but from the Fivers Group, on allegations, very, very broad allegations, etc. They gave operational reports, very, very operational reports, that I could not at that stage validate. My concern at the time is they came in from the perspective that they are going to run, they're going to use psychological warfare tactics in order to support Mr. de Ruyter. Now, to me, being a police officer, also with intelligence background, that is very dangerous. Why would you use that kind of tactics? So that immediately contaminated the space. Why would that be necessary? Okay. So yes, I did receive. We looked through it. We could not validate. I requested some validation, just like the unique identification of some of the role players that were alleged, and we could not get part of that. Nonetheless, I did pass this on to the DPCI investigation team working on Eskom. But what we did, we agreed that we had to have a more comprehensive approach and be very careful that we are not taken by an entity on its own. None of this intelligence was actually validated. It's actually done in parallel with the intelligence services, which again is a risk. Therefore, again, our submission to my submission to the minister, as well as head of the Hawks, after it became clear that the National Commissioner were not going to establish a proper team for this, that we should be establishing such a team. That did not transpire by March this year. So the information that I received was made operationally available to the investigation team at the Hawks, but also to the team that the National Commissioner established at Eskom, sitting at Eskom, I think it's under the authority of General Jacobs. It was made available to them as well. They're focusing more on the transactional nature of crime, etc. Thank you, sir. Sorry, your question about...
If I hear you correctly, you are saying...
Second, he wants to conclude.
Sorry,
there's a question you missed.
The one part of the financial irregularities, etc. You asked about that as well. I cannot recall anything specifically. Most of the information was about, you can say, the criminality, organized, or very little about the organized crime, but more about the criminality around Eskom, etc. I don't recall anything on the financial irregularities on Eskom. Thank you.
So, if I hear you correctly, you are saying the information at your disposal at the time, you could not validate such, and none of the intelligence information at your disposal was validated. Did that make your work difficult, and what exactly do you mean the information was not validated? Whose responsibility is it to validate such information in order for you to pursue your work?
So thank you very much for that. That is typically what I referred to previously, the role of state security. For instance, they are responsible for our state security agency, SSA, the old National Intelligence. So I worked with them. They were also part of the team when we engaged Eskom. I shared some of this, the information with them in order to validate it. In other words, corroborate it, get substantiating information. And that is where it was just shut down. All cooperation with them, they just shut it down. In other words, they didn't want to deal with it. Now, if you start with a criminal investigation, certain types of investigation, interceptions, intrusion, those are very difficult to do that on low-level cases, etc. Therefore, we said we had to establish a properly constituted team of between stakeholders, from various stakeholders, in order to deal with it and to make sure that we are not being led by the nose on intelligence. Remember, within the intelligence services, there's various mechanisms that will make sure that you authenticate the information, you validate your sources, etc. None of this was in place with the information source that was available to us from Mr. Director. I can also not expect that because it doesn't come from the discipline. You guys can understand that. Thank you.
So what then becomes the responsibility of the person sharing the information with you in terms of the allegation as presented to you in that so-called intelligence report? Was it enough for you to be given that information? There was no expectation of additional information from the former group chief executive or Eskom as an entity?
I'm not sure whether I understand you correctly. Let me answer you on this. In my engagement...
So what I'm trying to say, having received the intelligence report, was there any outstanding information that you required from the person making those allegations, or were you satisfied that the information given to you was enough for you to start with your work? There was nothing outstanding or missing for you to start processing the information at your disposal?
So thank you. All information given to me was incomplete. Okay. You refer to a report. What report are you referring to? Because there's this whole notion.
I'm referring to the intelligence report that was conducted by a private company, Pfizer's report. And we are told that that report was shared with you and you have full access to such a report.
Okay. Interesting. I do not know of a report. As I said, I've received various information reports, operational reports. I've not seen a report. After Mr. De Ruyter's attendance of his media, I think it was, yes,
interview.
that one.
Yes.
After that, I received a WhatsApp from retired Commissioner George Fivers. He said he doesn't know what report Mr. De Ruyter is referring to because he never gave Eskom a report. Neither did they focus on Equenda, the ANC. Mr. De Ruyter, as he said in his WhatsApp, moet maar pas staan. He has to take accountability for his statements. So the whole notion about a report, I don't know, and I've also briefed my management and the National Commissioner, I don't know about a report. There was operational information exchange with me. There might have been other reports that I'm not privy to. But as far as I know, there was not a singular report. Thank you.
Are you saying to us the private company that conducted intelligence operation at Eskom and concluded its work in a form of an intelligence report, and that report was submitted to the Group Chief Executive, you are not in a position of that report, or you were not in a position at the time when you were still active as a police officer? You do not have such intelligence report, and you only became aware that there is a so-called intelligence report that was conducted by a private company, like all of us on the news. Mr. Andre de Ruyter did not at any point present to you an intelligence report from Pfizer's. Is that the case?
He never gave a intelligence report. So I want to differentiate between operational engagement, where information was shared, but a concluded information intelligence report, I have not seen it, and neither have I received it from Mr. De Ruyter. And again,
what exactly did you get?
Operational intelligence reports from informers.
I'm specifically asking about the Group Chief Executive interaction with you as the person that was responsible to liaise between Eskom and SABC. What exactly did you receive from Mr. Andre de Ruyter on behalf of Eskom for you to investigate, and how far did you go investigating what you received? So I'm interested because now I'm confused. Initially, based on what is before us, is that you have access to the intelligence report. Lately, the SIU has also got hold of such a report that speaks about allegation of certain senior politicians' involvement, and we are not privy to such. All we know is that the report is with you, and the report is with SIU. SIU is still busy with the report. You are saying to us today you don't have such a report. What exactly did you get from Mr. Andre de Ruyter in relation to allegations of financial misconduct and alleged people who happen to hold position of authority and have taken oath in protecting the public purse? We are interested in following the money as it relates to misappropriation of taxpayers' fund. That's the mandate of SCOP. Thank you.
Again, I'm going to re-emphasize, I have not received a report that you're referring to from Mr. Director. What I did receive, I attended meetings with Under Director and the Fivers Group, during which information was shared. Didn't go via Mr. Director. It was basically came from the Fivers Group. They were talking. They were giving some. They will give me some documents on a stick afterwards, etc. So there was, according to me, no singular report coming from Mr. Director. They might have written it up after I was after I've withdrawn, but I've not received that. What they did have, the first part, I call it the organigram, where they had an elaborate organigram with all the allegations and cartels and so on, which was not substantiated.
So your involvement was based on a meeting you had with Mr. Director and the Fivers Group. You had meeting and presentation was given, and nothing in terms of a report was given to you. You were promised to be given information on a stick, and that did not happen.
No, sir, you're not listening to what I'm saying, please.
Yes.
I said they would provide that to me afterwards, but it was low-level intelligence reports, information reports, source reports, etc. There's not a report from the CEO from Eskom.
So you got information from a private company?
Yes, in the presence of Mr. Director and in subsequent meetings. But Mr. Director himself did not finish that report. There was a report that he did share with me that was done by I think, the head of security in terms of widespread fraud corruption, but that was way back in the beginning. That was not based on the Fivers intelligence.
So having worked...
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I think where we're going to need assistance is the timeline of these events. Because our understanding, to build on what you're saying, was that a meeting took place where Mr. Director raised matters with the National Commissioner. And then the National Commissioner designated yourself. Right. So I think that's where the nub is, because you are now bringing in and introducing an element of Major General Boyson preceding your involvement. So I think the clarity to help Honorable Hatebe's question is, at what point did you come into the Eskom investigation space? 2, who appointed you to it? Because the National Commissioner has never said anything about Major General Boyson. Not a word. It's the first time I'm hearing it, and I'm just going through my notes here. It's not there. Because Honorable Hatebe is correct. Our understanding was that, the National Commissioner was approached in a meeting at an academy, and then at that point you were delegated, and then he met with you and gave you the information, including this. But what I'm getting now is that as the Pfizer's investigation was going on, you are getting regular updates. So I'm just trying to sort out the timeline for us, because I think it's a bit muddy. This was July 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Right.
Yeah.
So that's the clarity I just want. I'm sorry, Honorable, to interrupt you.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to try, according to my knowledge. There was a lot of meetings that preceded my involvement in this instance in it. So there were engagements. As I said, there was engagements between the National Commissioner and Major General Boyson, where he requested and actually offered a contract to Major General Boyson to come and lead the Eskom investigations. Okay. Now, was that never, that didn't come out, Mr. Chair? Okay. So that's why I say it might be fruitful, because if you look at the intent that was formulated and that we worked towards, it just never realized. And Major General Boyson will be able to articulate that very, very, because he was directly involved. He went to speak to his group CEO in order to get authority to assist the police in terms of that. He contacted me and asked me to assist, where after the National Commission then said, it's fine, I can continue with it. And I think in August, they actually, how to say, formalized that.
So, having served for so many years in anti-corruption unit and as a brigadier police officer, when you were interacting with this private company, didn't you question the legality of having a private company accessing data of ESCOM, with your understanding and what you've always highlighted to us of ESCOM, or well, some of the plans in ESCOM being a national key point? Did you sought clarity in terms of the legality of the private company having access to a national key point institution in executing your work?
So to be very honest, I didn't need to source clarity. I knew it was not legal, whether it was allowed, and that is why I went and engaged the state security agencies, specifically the counterintelligence environment, to dig into this to see what is behind it. So yes, that is the support I requested from them, and that is the support they did not provide. Thank you.
So you knew that it was illegal. Did you continue engaging with them?
I listened to them, and the understanding was, which I discussed with Fivers, that there is no contractual obligation. Neither am I going to give any taskings, so I'm going to hear what they put on the table and process it for our purposes. But we had to be extremely vigilant, as not just to take any of the information and as fact, because there were doubts, the process and the sources could not be validated.
As a police officer dealing with issues of national security, understanding that someone in your meeting has in his possession illegal information or information contained illegally, did you raise that matter? And how often after your first meeting did you continue to engage with the entity or private company that has information contained illegally? Your engagement with that particular company, knowing the parameters, roles and responsibility of a private company vis-a-vis state security agency, and the information obtained from so-called national key point.
Mr. Chair, for me, again, I want to clarify, let's not jump the gun. I didn't say the information was gained illegally. Okay? They might have sources using private intelligence and so on that might have been gained legally. But the essence of employing a company to work on intelligence for ESCOM was, to me, highly irregular. Okay, so it's a two levels. It's a role within ESCOM, but the transactional information, if I can coin that.
How many times did you interact with them?
So it is. I've had quite a few. Let's say 10 times. Well, I can't remember the exact, but I had various engagements with them with the intention of hearing what they had to say. That I have not made a determination that was gained illegally.
I'm raising this because earlier on you indicated that you asked whether or not the staff was vetted when you were engaging with the Group Chief Executive. So automatically that will necessarily indicate to me that we are dealing with a person that knows the prescript of the law and the do's and don'ts in terms of doing his work. When you ask the Group Chief Executive, did you also ask him whether or not he was vetted?
He was not vetted.
And I'm saying, did you ask him? And what was his response?
He was not vetted. He told me he's not vetted, and he's not going to submit himself at the end. He's not going to submit himself to the process.
What then becomes your role and responsibility in that regard when you know that you are dealing with Mr. Hadebe, who's not vetted, and Mr. Hadebe is in possession of intelligence information? What then becomes your obligation and responsibility as a law enforcement officer, someone who has taken oath to serve and to protect the country?
Again, two things. Firstly, who appointed you?
Come again?
Firstly, who appointed you, Mr. Hadebe, in this role play that we are doing here? Who appointed you? It was his obligation to ensure that you are security competent, because that's a precondition for the post. Okay.
I understand that part, but you
Yes.
also have a responsibility. Two wrongs don't make one right. If you become aware, I'm asking you, if you become aware that whoever appointed Mr. Hadebe did not ensure that he's vetted, by virtue of those that appointed me, you will also continue with you knowing fully that you are dealing with an individual that you have no surety or certainty in terms of his vetting, because someone appointed him. Does it justify you proceeding with certain issues and allegations of this magnitude?
All right. Firstly, again, let's stick around there, because I did raise this with Minister Pravin Gordhan in the meeting. And his response to it was, but the two of you must sort this out, meaning myself, Mr. Director.
So, meaning you've indicated to the minister that Mr. Director is not vetted.
That is correct, and they conceded to it. And then Mr. Pravin Gordhan said, but we must sort it out between myself and the writer, which is not my mandate. So that's the first part of the question. So, Mr. Chair, just for you to understand I can almost say absurdity of what is facing us. Just basic stuff was not put into place. Basic legal requirements. Now, towards the second end of it, the actual classified information. I did not share any classified information with them. Neither did I at that stage perceive any of the information. They received this from their own informers and so forth, as being the source, that the source of that was classified, or that per se was when it came into my possession, I classified it as confidential because of even the way the reports were written. You could identify informers, etc.
So if I were to summarize this whole saga, by virtue of having information that is not validated, you could not proceed with investigation. Am I correct to summarize? And for us to be able to ascertain whether or not certain action was taken, this has to be verified by the State Security Agency, which when I asked you, you indicated that it was their responsibility to validate the information at the disposal. At the time of you getting the information and at the time of your retirement, the information at your disposal was not validated and you could not proceed with it. Am I correct in summarizing like that?
No, you're not.
Okay. Please give us the sense of progress made and what, which stage of the investigation when you left the investigation was at?
Ms. Gedebe, can I suggest, let's break your questions into smaller bits, because you almost like you're asking for a whole season of soap operas. The first thing, the involvement of the Fivers Group. I raised that with State Security with the intention of them coming in and taking responsibility to oversee what is going on. Secondly, the information that came in, it wasn't that it was lying there. I availed it to our investigators in order to find if they, in their investigations, came across this and could validate it and say, but listen, this we're interested and this we're interested. That didn't happen. So it's not that it lay idle, but we still had to formally validate it. You understand? That's a formal process you go through, your sources, etc., to make very sure that you are not played. Now, I could not conclude, as I said, I didn't even know there was a final report. If I assume now, there was a final report from the Fivers Group, because I can show you the WhatsApp from Commissioner Fivers, which said he's never given the report to Andre de Ruyter. So that was in, I think, end of February this year. So there might have been work that was done after I withdrew from the process that I weren't privy to. But to summarize it, that what was put on the table could not be directly translated into evidence, into this holistic threat that they were purporting to have, and which they were putting onto the table. That I could find no substantiation. The mere fact of drawing a visual, putting some names on it, and then giving a narrative around that. That's not sufficient for evidence for criminal investigation. But just remember, you've got criminal investigation, which is court-directed. That is a typical docket that we all know, a detective that goes to court. There's also investigations which the intelligence services conduct. That is not always court-directed. It's more risk-based. And that is what I was after, to get the intelligence services in, because they serve ESCOM, in order to validate it and make sure that we're not being led by their nose, and whatever comes out of that should actually become a crime intelligence tasking, which we can translate over to evidence.
Hence, I'm saying, you are repeating exactly what I've asked. You are saying the information was not validated, and it could not be verified, and you could not proceed on those bases.
Proceed with what, sir?
With investigation.
I'm answered you again. Yes, we did proceed on other types, not court-directed.
No, I'm specifically referring to the information provided to you by Fivers, which relates to the allegation made by Mr. Andre de Ruyter. You could not proceed with that. That's what I'm asking.
I'm answering you again. I availed that information to the DPCI, people investigating the ESCOM matters. I do not know that they found any value in that information. So, as such, if you look at the Fivers information in isolation, that was at that stage not something we could work on.
Exactly.
Standing alone. No.
Exactly, Chair. That's where I was getting at, and thank you for responding. We are dealing with unvalidated information that could not be substantiated.
DPCI is appearing next week.
Yes.
Because my understanding is that whatever was received, because I'm now skeptical of calling it a report, so whatever was received...
It's an organogram.
Right.
That's what he said. He received an organogram.
That salad was sent to DPCI. But where I'm still not clear is the establishment of the Major General Boyson team. And at what point were you brought in? And secondly, maybe to follow up on what Honorable Latte was saying, on what basis would you have been invited to a meeting of Fivers and Derrida? Is this part, because we now know that Mr. Derrida commissioned a private investigation, which he made mention of in 1 or 2 meetings and informed the then board chairperson, Prof, the Prof on it. So were you meeting during the investigation that the Fivers group was doing, that was privately funded with some millions? So that's where I am. Were they sharing an investigation with you, or were they sharing bits and pieces of outcomes or collected information?
Mr. Chair, let me just get in again. I was not initially brought in by the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner consulted retired Major General Johan Boysen with the intention of employing him. Actually, it went to as far they drafted a contract to employ him to lead this investigation team on ESCOM. That would happen, I think, end of May or beginning of June last year. Now, General Boysen called me because he knew I was about to submit my papers for early retirement last year already. And he asked me, please, if he takes this, he wants me to assist him. Because of my previous involvement with the anti-corruption task team and the various years of involvement in the field. He didn't know about my direct involvement in the investigations per se, but he knew, we've known each other for a while. Now, from that, nothing happened. Then, if I remember, the last week in June, last year, suddenly there was, I think it was stage 6, load shedding and so on. And apparently, I can't testify, but apparently there was pressure from the president to say, what is happening? Why do we have these blackouts? Then suddenly the National Commissioner again contacted him and wanted him to fly down and speak to Mr. De Ruyter immediately.
Contacted who? The National Commissioner contacted who?
Boysen.
Boysen. All right.
General Boysen said, but I can. He tried to come down, but there was no flights available. I think it's also one of the airlines was, I don't know whether strike or they were grounded, but there literally weren't any flights available. Then Major General Boysen asked the National Commissioner if he could ask me to engage Mr. De Ruyter on the interim, given that he was going, I think, for 3 weeks leave overseas and was not going to be available. So that is how I got involved. My involvement, I think, was only formally ratified, if you want to call it, by the National Commission about a month later. Does that assist? Okay.
Chair, I'm interested in understanding when and who did you contact in the state security agents to request validation of the information at your disposal so that we can approach the relevant person in this regard and understand why why the entire information was not validated, so that we are able to follow this allegation as it pertains to financial misconduct. Are you in a position to share with the committee at what stage and who exactly did you contact to request assistance with the validation of the information?
Mr. Chair, for me, you're correcting the understanding as if it was separate events. I've maintained a very strong working relationship with various agencies, including the State Security Agency. Remember, they were part of my team at the Anti-Corruption Task Team. So it's not like events happening. So I liaised with them, I communicated with them. In the specific engagement, I actually...
Tony?
He came to the meeting. At the same meeting, I had Mr. Donovan Nell from Counterintelligence SSA. Mr. Donovan Nell, yes. Now, subsequently, he was and I've had years of good cooperation with him. And then I think 2 days later, he just shut down all cooperation with us.
That you can wrap it up, and then we will.
Interaction. Firstly, are you aware of the Section 34 of Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, PRICA in short? The responsibility placed on the Group Chief Executive to inform and submit information as it relates to crime. Are you aware of that section?
Yes, so I'm not sure which version is on the internet available, but I drafted the initial guidelines for the reporting of that, which should be on the DPCI's website.
Yeah. So in your interaction with Mr. Director, did you ascertain whether or not he has followed Section 34 and reported the matter as prescribed?
During my engagement with him, he has not yet done that, but he has reported the matter to various instances, as you refer to as well, communication with the National Commissioner, etc., etc. Now, if you look at the implication or the understanding of PRICA, it was not designed to catch out people. Did he report the matters, his concerns, etc., to law enforcement? He did. Did they initially follow the administrative process of taking down the prescribed form? My understanding is no, they did that later on for his lawyers.
So I understand, and I'm not saying we're trying to catch up anyone. The law places certain responsibility on certain individual holding offices. Hence, I asked if you are aware of such provisions. And the good thing is that you are saying you have drafted those regulations. So you understand exactly the context surrounding such, the spirit and the letter of the law. You understand that. And you have responded by saying at the time he had not reported. My follow-up question is that you know this how, because you have engaged with him and asked if he has done it. Otherwise, how would you have known that he has not done so?
Because we've engaged, and yeah, it was discussed. Now, can I, and again, I'm going to, what I picked up is it was almost a vindictive approach. You have to report. Not the fact, giving acknowledgement of the fact that he did report it to the minister, which was his person of authority above him, and he did report it to the National Commissioner and various other entities. They did not follow the administrative route of taking down the prescribed form and getting a reference. Okay, so we did discuss that, and I urged him, yes, make the formal report. Okay, but that was, yeah, I could see there was a lot of, he was not in a good space with the board as well as with the minister. So yeah, let's leave it there.
For the matter to be addressed and to be dealt with, certain processes ought to be followed. It does not exempt an individual by virtue of having reported the matter to the executive authority to say you have done your work. Otherwise, then why do we have these laws if they are not going to be followed? I'm asking this because it's a serious matter. If we are serious in dealing with corruptions, we must implement the laws that are governing how we operate. Otherwise, I would have said today, we have dealt with you, then there's no need for us to pursue the matter further.
So you're 100% correct. So yes, the other formal processes I've answered you as far as I know. At that stage, they have not completed the process. I didn't say he didn't have to complete it. I urged him to complete it as well. So as far as I know, he went to the DPCI because in terms of the Act, it should be taken down by a designated DPCI officer to take it down. Apparently that did happen. He did it through his lawyers, but that was later on, after the It wasn't last year during our initial
It was
engagements.
on April 22, the day before he appeared before us, where he submitted the same statement that he presented here. So which then Honorable Hadebe draws us to the prescribed form and process. But what the head of the Hawks confirmed here was that the day before he appeared here, he then handed them over the same statement that he presented to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm satisfied, and I've in a better position now to be able to recommend a way forward in this matter. And
we'll do that at the end.
Yes, I'm
Still
saying,
colleagues.
it shouldn't have taken us this long. Had you had appeared before then, perhaps we would have been far on these matters. To a certain extent, okay, Mandival.
I think you're singing from the same hymn sheet. He is also stopping at certain points in your. There's a request for a health break. Colleagues, can we take 5 minutes? And when we come back, Bab Somyo, you will have the platform. So 5-minute comfort break. All right, thank you very much. Okay, Babsoimya, over to you.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much, colleagues. The legal section of Parliament, SIU presents Mr. Beck and his legal team. Thank you very much that you have ultimately made it that you come to this committee. You know, I had the wrong perception that you are somewhat evasive through correspondences that we came across when we're trying to get you here. So I was wrong. And I was preparing for a very evasive individual. I've learned that that's not the case. I appreciate that. So far, you have confirmed to us that you never came across a report. Is that so?
So let's clarify when we refer to a report, the report, because there's many references made to report. I've not received a report from, and I mean in a singular, a sort of final report from Mr. Director. I did receive a report that was drafted way back, even before my engagement, from the head of security. But relevant to FIVES, I've not seen a single report. Neither did FIVES confirm that there was such a report submitted.
Thank you very much. We have had an interaction with Mr. FIVES. Is that the case?
Just understand, have I had interaction? Yes, I've had various interactions with retired Commissioner George FIVES.
The basis of that interaction, in your understanding, was informed by an investigation taking place at ESCOM?
Sir, the basis of that was happened after I was introduced. I knew Commissioner FIVES from before, but introduced within context of ESCOM work they were doing on ESCOM. What exactly they were investigating was unclear and still remains unclear because I've not been part of the tasking of it. Also, just something, Mr. Chair, that I would note that maybe clarity should it just be sought. That Mr. the Writer commission the FIVES team through which process? Secondly, or was it the FIVES group or team that engaged Mr. the Writer with information? I think that would be material, because even though private funds were used, it was still to the benefit of ESCOM. Now, again, I know the people involved. Remember, this is a country concern. And people will, the funders, for instance, the people are concerned about what is going on, and they would assist where it can. So it will be prudent just to get clarity on what the process was. Did they approach the writer with information, or did he commission them? If so, what was his tasking? What was his request for it, and vice versa?
Yes. You said to us already that what you came across was not a conclusive report in your understanding of both criminal investigations nor state security.
If I understand it correctly, nothing I found coming from the 5S group was conclusive. It was, how can I say, it was in process. It was building up to a bigger picture from their perspective. But not in the sense that you would expect, like any other forensic firm, that they will provide you with a conclusive report, no.
Thank you very much. As such, you made reference to the State Security Agency in terms of what you had at hand.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And in your own assessment, when you have had such engagements, you made reference to a psychological tactics which somewhat in a prescriptive format to support Mr. Director at ESCOM.
That is correct. That was put on the table by Mr. Tony Botha. That was to support Andre de Ruyter, which I found if they were busy with, that's why I'm hesitant to use the word investigation. They were busy with something, but this is usually not part of investigation. It's what we used to refer to in the old days as Stratcom. You know the concept of Stratcom, strategic communication? Mm-hmm. Is usually when you spin perceptions of information to create certain perceptions, etc. It's not necessarily bad, but it does not have a role. When we walked out in January, even General Boyson, he said, but Yap, how do we build a docket or a case on this? It muddies the water, especially if they put that out as part of their mission. So that becomes troublesome when you start dealing with evidence.
Thank you very much. How long have you been a policeman?
40 years, 6 months, and I think 8 days.
Aye. Indeed, you had to earn your retirement.
So yes, and the type of work I do is I work at the strategic level, and usually I need about 18 months to 2 years to establish new components. I established the anti-corruption task team, etc., etc. So it takes about 18 months traction to implement, if it goes well, to 2 years, even up to 3 years. I literally ran out of time, career-wise, but there was no insight or appetite of police management to take any of the matters that I put on the table forward. There was let me leave a concept in your midst. It is end of the 90s, government developed a few scenarios. Global village, African hub, frozen revolution. So guess in which scenario we ended up in. It's the one where we've got a lot of policies, a lot of documents floating around, none of it is implemented. So that is more or less where we are. We get approval from cabinet and parliament and so on, but then what happens afterward? We don't align ourselves operationally, departments or agencies, etc., in order to achieve that. So, for me to take anything forward, I ran out of ground.
No, fine. It means now you are familiar, which was at the time probably of the start of your involvement in the police, was an attempt in follow through of social security, of national security standards as total onslaught. Total onslaught.
Oh, yes. the rooi gevaar.
You're
remember
aware
that? Yes, yes, sir.
You're fully aware of that approach. You're fully aware of that approach, total onslaught. Yes.
I know, okay, I don't mean, I'm aware of it. I don't know what you know, fully aware. So I didn't draft it. So, yes, I'm aware of it.
So you were involved at the time of total onslaught in the instances of national security.
Yes, sir. I joined the police in 82, 23rd of December.
So I'm looking into the phrases that you use. My interest is on this psychological nature of tactical involvement in matters of both fighting crime, support individuals who are seen as in that kind of a fight. You seem to upscale that kind of a scenario into the level of assessing the success leading to finalizing a docket for a case. What do you think was the main cause for wanting to use this kind of an approach with ESCOM?
So, okay, firstly, the term psychological warfare was used by Mr. Tony Oosthuizen as tactics that they are going to deploy. I'm familiar with the approach from, as you coined it, way back, the total onslaught, and in terms of international practices, etc. I also know what the downside of it is. I've actually got no idea. I can speculate, which I would not like to speculate, but I've got no idea why. And why did they feel? Because the words that we use is to support Andre. Why would it be needed to support Andre? From my perspective, okay, I can come up in defense of the Fivers team and the Reiter. And they were not served by state security. The question is, should the effort that they took to go into this, in other words, go to alternative structures, I'm using words now from the total onslaught period, now alternative ways of achieving, getting intelligence on the table. Whilst our intelligence services was obliged by the law and the Constitution to provide it, but somehow it just went by us, and it created this void where they were putting information on the table. But again, that is, I would not like to speculate why they did it.
Yeah, with your experience, one appreciates your analogy and the fact that you didn't want to drop the ball in action. You continued to provide that kind of support. You continue to provide that kind of support such that you use this kind of an approach as a yardstick going forward in terms of that report to ask the National Security Agency for its own verification. And you end up by saying, when that was provided, an individual approached, closed up, and there was never any other interaction.
So yes, I approached them in terms of who and what the Fivers team is, because getting them involved, as the chairperson previously referred to, and Mr. Gadebe, there are issues of classified information, etc., and it seems to me they had free access to it I didn't even see that information at the time. I didn't ask them because otherwise I would have been soliciting through a illegitimate party access to that information. So to me it was strange. To me it was a security risk, and that lies within the mandate of state security. So I approached them to look at the 5S group, and I declared that they have stated they want to use psychological warfare, to me unknown, but I saw a red light at that stage. And strangely enough, they just withdrew.
Yeah. So in your continuation to be party of that work, you have had this sort of practical experience. Then the closure driven into, was it driven by them, and it drove you to as well accept that they have closed down, closed off, probably to be accurate, and did you see necessity to take this further, probably to your commissioner or whoever could assist you in this regard?
Sir, I did engage the National Commission prior to this, and I asked him to open up communication avenues with the DG of State Security for cooperation, which he did not do. I raised the issue of involving other partners, specifically with the head of the Hawks, that we had to have a multidisciplinary. I did not place the specific issue on the table with the Hawks. So in actual fact, as I said, I was isolated in the police for the past or last 2 years. The minister asked me in January. He said, "But who? Burger, who you report to?" I said, "Minister, I don't know. I've been waiting for more than a year." So there's no organizational support to me. It was I was supposed to report to the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection, where there wasn't one after Njinga left. It was just a void. So the typical, what you would assume that would have been an organizational structure, it wasn't there. So it does not take a very intelligent person to deduct that, I've been isolated and they were not in support of anything that I did. It's, yeah. Therefore, my early retirement, which was approved, and which I'm now on early retirement.
Okay. Validation, which is a necessary process on the authenticity of any information. So you say, in all what we have, in all what we hear, in all what we is talked about, in your standards, based on your experience, is not worth it enough to be pulled through for the standard, as you confirmed, that you could probably take it further for other instances.
So if you work with intelligence, you work with information, any information has value. But you have to determine the source. If the source is unknown, you start, is there other sources that provide the same information? Then you can start validating and evaluating the information. If you can't determine the source, you have to look at let's call what we know about the environment and the probability and the value that information might have. So that's the whole process. But again, I was functioning outside of the intelligence structures, and what I wanted is to push this through the formal structures for the specific reason also to get them on board. Because transactionally, I might be able to deal with something. But if you see the volumes of information that will come, not only from them, from other sources as well, we had to reignite the intelligence services and processes in order to deal with this kind of information. And that didn't happen.
Lastly, you love the work. You love the work. A committed policeman who had to retire early after the involvement into this kind of onerous task to unearth corruption at ESCOM. Are you retiring as a broken man who felt that isolation, who had a feeling that your intricate analytical capabilities were not utilized in terms of your advices, the way you are encapsulating it here to us? Importantly, to have that contribution in the entity that ought to provide energy and the sustenance of the economy of the country.
Am I a broken man? No. I'm looking forward and actually doing now what I wanted, or having a personal life. I've never been married because of the pressures of the work. That's part of it. But I now I am exploring my life. Now, did I have to retire? The answer is no. Yes, from a personal perspective, there was no further value, opportunity to add value. And I've already fought against my organization most of my life. Now, I was a police officer for 40 years. I was a colonel for 20 years of those 40 years. I think most people thought my first name was Colonel. So we can joke about it, but there's no career opportunities. People of the organization, they do not favor you if you work on corruption. Definitely not. So it is going to have a look at some of our investigators and so forth. Now, I was how to say, in a good position. I was a colonel for 20 years. I know captains and warrant officers. There's warrant officers that's been warrant officers for 30 years. That is an untenable situation in the South African police service. It's crazy. It is, and it's not that it's. I attended as part of our let's call it farewell. The National Commissioner called everyone that went on early retirement the end of June, and he wanted to know why are the people leaving. I think there was 288. There's more now, and my understanding is they are not approving any of those. The people are fed up about the, as one of them would put it, I'm not going to work in this mess anymore. And this is lieutenant colonels at station level, etc. And it's fine to hear it, and you think about the police and so on, but if you see the father in front of you, the individual, the trauma is in. Really, I would, let me put it another way, I will not be able to go and motivate for new recruits to join the police at this stage.
Chair, in just appreciation that even if you haven't declared it, but the intention was clear that you don't want to be party to psychological warfare. You don't want to be party to psychological warfare. And persuasion could not defeat your conscience around such. and you moved further to ensure that what you had as a report, for your own credibility and for the credibility of the system that you have worked for years, the report that you have, for you to move forward with it, must be fully validated. So those two things for me, listening to you now, they really make you a policeman who would get into good judgment at the time. That the necessity of fighting crime is the basis of credible information, validated information, and through that, justice could prevail.
So that is correct. I asked them for training, just to that first part of your statement, on psychological warfare. What is it about? Because I wanted to see what they put on the table, what the intent is. Because remember, if I want to go forward and there might be criminality involved, that is where I formulate the intention to commit the crimes. But we shut it down because it wasn't forthcoming. Also invited state security to it, to assess and understand what is going on. Remember, if you work the environment, you have to understand what you're dealing with. And in essence, corruption is usually a two-way game. Even your witness is usually the other part of the corruption. So you need to understand, to me that's the essence. Understand who you're dealing with in order to ensure that there's integrity in your processes, credibility, that you can produce information that can be acted on, that's actionable, but also that can become evidence in a court.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Somia. Honorable Pukas, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Brigadier. Yes. I just have, I think, 2 or 3 small questions. And the question that I ask in all my engagements with this ESCOM thing is that, Brigadier, you referring to the people who fund the intelligence report as people of concern. Who are they?
Ma'am, I didn't refer to them as people of concern, but the fact that private security or entities were involved in issues of national security, to me that is a concern. I don't know who the funders are. I can speculate, but I don't know who the funders are. So it's a process, to me, that it was actually allowed in our face, whilst we're supposed to have protective security, protective intelligence. This happened. So
You never ask Mr. Director or Fivers or who was sponsoring that 50 million? Never, not once.
Ma'am, yes, I did.
And?
Would you like me to put the names on the table?
Possible.
No, I'm not going to disclose any names because I've not engaged with them. Neither do I see that as, that's my referral earlier on, is the citizens of the country are concerned and they might have been lobbied into a space that they think they are assisting in lobbying. So I would not like to mention any names because I have not validated that.
But you know the names?
No, I don't know the names. I know there were 1 or 2 names that were mentioned.
Okay. Did you ever, in one of the engagements with Mr. Director, ask Mr. Director why is doing a private or why is he opting for a private investigation and not just go to the normal security processes? And what was his response?
Ma'am, yes, I did ask him. And His response was, but these people are willing to work and they're willing to provide it on the table. And be honest, intelligence services did not serve him. They did not support him. But also on the other side, neither did he engage them. So that, Mr. Chairperson, is one of the primary, if I could suggest, I don't want to script your work, but it is our intelligence services and our security cluster is in dire straits. We're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. And this is, don't look at Andre de Ruyter and what happened. He didn't create this. I think he might have naively accepted the job of a CEO in the space, but this was pre-existing to his appointment. And that we need to take into account, because even with de Ruyter and him now leaving and so on, the current CEO and chairpersons and so on, they have to deal with the same. So what are we doing about it? So also my previous reference is to go and find out whether he appointed them or tasked them, whether they offered their services. So I don't know. I don't know. I never went into that level of detail with them. But we should ask that. But again, I want to, because I know some of the people who were supporting, they did it really from an openness and they wanted to support and help, which might have been misdirected. Thank you, ma'am.
Are we speaking now about Fivers? Did he approach them or what you are saying?
I articulated it early on. We must just find out whether Fivers approached Mr. de Ruyter or whether Mr. de Ruyter tasked them or contracted them. Obviously, it was funded from private means.
So, according to you, Mr. de Ruyter did start first with the normal security processes and he was not satisfied?
No, ma'am, I did not say that.
Saying that, I was asking, why did Mr. de Ruyter not just start with the normal security processes?
My understanding was he did not start with it, but he was not served. Again, it's a question of who initiates this. He didn't trust the security space. Can I also just, what you need to understand is the context, a lot of context around what we're talking about. You've listened to the Zondo Commission and the atrocities and involvement of state security in state capture. Now, even myself as a CEO, if I was a CEO, I would have thought twice before I engaged them. But that is the legal processes or the prescripts. We're not adhering to it. Go back. We're not adhering to it. We're not cleaning up what should be cleaned up. So that is really something I think that this committee can. How do we make sure that our people, and personally, our CEOs are in peril? So they need to be supported. So yeah, if you can get that right, I think we'll move forward. Remember, if a wheel turns, even if there's rust, the rust starts to, maybe it's squeaky in the beginning, but the rust starts to move away. And then you can just add oil.
Maybe there's a misunderstanding, Brigadier. Verstaan je Afrikaans? Oké. Wat ek verstaan is dat ek het gevra, het meneer de Ruyter eerste na die polisie bijvoorbeeld gegaan en hy was nie tevrede met hulle se hulp nie. Is dit wat ek verstaan? Of met die proses nie?
Nie wat ek verstaan, nie wat ek van weet nie, hy het die klagtes. He made it's called the issues at the end of the day that they found. He made that known, he engaged the National Commission, but that was last year. What about the previous 2 years? Being served in terms of protective security, in terms of your advisory services from state security, that's an ongoing process. It's not only when there's crime committed, it's actually to assist with the governance of an entity, pointing out risks. Also to be preventative and proactive, not only to be reactive. And that is against state security. As far as I know, no. When I raised it again with him, I drafted even letters for him for the engagement to ask them for a security risk assessment. He never proceeded with that, as far as I know.
Brigadier, do you agree that in the absence of not communication, assumptions will be made?
Yeah, to me, just understand again, if you can, in the absence of communication, assumptions around, that is how humans function.
Reason why I'm asking is that our first invitation to you as SCOPA was on the 7th, was for the 7th of June 2023. You did not attend, except for the reasons that you gave to the speaker on why you don't want or you did not attend. What was the main reason for not honoring that invite?
Ma'am, firstly, it was an invite. I was not compelled. Now, as you would have seen, what transpired from, I was misrepresented by the National Commissioner. So in other words, I was functioning in a relatively hostile space. I was not going to be supported. Now, I've got a legal representative here today. If I was going to respond then, I would have had to use a legal representative by SABC. Do you think my rights or would have been protected? No. No. So we had a quick discussion over coffee. Part of that is summons me. It was not no disregard, but the first principle is, and again, you are politicians. Okay, the state capture here in the country, there's been huge political involvement and abuse of political power. Now, that said, it's not a reflection on SCOPA per se, but what we have to make sure is that we protect our investigative processes, criminal investigations, again, against possible undue influence. That's why I value your letter that you sent last week, sir, and because that was, as soon as we create a precedent where the protection of our investigators might be compromised. So that was my primary concern. Secondary concern is me coming out. Remember, I did deal with a lot of witnesses and informers and so forth. And initially, hopefully I've managed that risk. Being on public camera and so on identifies you. You don't know who I am until you see me, but that guy, I saw that guy at that, at that meeting. That could compromise. Okay. Now, I'm not in that undercover or whatever, but still working with our witnesses, exposing our investigators or individuals involved, such as me, might pose a risk for witnesses and whistleblowers, etc. So that was the second part. I think I listed it as number 4. The other I articulated once a mandate. The second was the roles of other oversight mechanisms. And again, I'm pro oversight, but we have to understand. The auditor, let me give you, was the Auditor General functioning throughout state capture? Yes, they brought out reports. How was it then possible for state capture to have happened? Okay, it's a rhetorical question, but what I want to articulate with that is whatever oversight we have, whatever tests and balances we have, that was circumvented. Or they've become so routine, it doesn't actually deal with the actual issues that we should be tackling. We are not looking at the right things. And the last comment on that in terms of oversight mechanisms is we look at the function. Remember, not one of our departments, if you take a justice system, you have to have investigation or somewhere to lay a complaint, someone to deal with the complaint, investigate it, then it goes to the MPA, then it goes to justice. If they're successful, it goes to correctional services. So there's a value chain cutting across all our departments. Same with every single concern of government. It's cross-cutting in nature. But when we audit or when we provide oversight, we tend to look only at the function or the individual department. We all said we have to have an integrated approach. We're not having oversight to ensure that the departments are actually doing that, appropriate with the stakeholder departments on that specific issue. Thank you, ma'am.
Then, in appreciating the fact that you say that you respect oversight, in your personal view, this exercise of SCOPA or interaction of SCOPA with the people that the writer named in his report, how do you feel about it? Are we in our mandate, or how do you feel? Can we change something, or personally? Not, yeah.
Ma'am, in terms of you have to understand the context. Was ESCOM a director failure or a security failure of government? What would your response on that one be? That's also rhetoric, maybe.
Yeah. Chair, die feit dat u vir ons 7 maande laat wag het om hier te kom. Wat is uw view op die vergadering? Was het zo erg? Of ik verstaan wat u gesê het voorheen. Dan die laatste, en ik vraag hem nou die twee samen, is I want to change my question from are you better now, whilst you are retiring. I want to ask, in trying to fight corruption for 40 years as a policeman, do you think you are retiring now on a low?
So dubbeldoor vraag. You're right. The on a low? No. Do I believe what I did? Yes. Do I still believe? Yes. Was I successful, I want to say, in everything I did? Did I achieve everything I set out to achieve? The answer is no. Some of it, and remember, I worked in the high-risk environment, so I could not be successful in everything. No. But I'm content I did what I could. Was there more? Yes. There's still more that can be done. But the environment, remember, don't underestimate the fact that we are still under capture. We have not been freed, and I forgot to say early on, the whole aspect of competence. Mr. Chair, there's really a serious deficit in terms of competence. It is. Sorry, the first part of your question. So bitterness, I've said no. I've gone on. Remember, if a soldier goes to war and is shot, he can't be bitter about it because more or less that's what happens in war. All right. So the fact that I've been isolated and so on, you take it with a job. I didn't expect anything more. I didn't expect when I started with the corruption work that I was going to be placed on a pedestal or anything. No, it's dirty work. Early on, someone asked me that I enjoy. Ma'am, working with corruption is not enjoyable. But it's something that is placed on my table and that I did. Okay, and it was only 20 years of the 40 years on corruption.
Thank you, Chair.
Right. Well, thank you very much. I've got very brief questions just for clarity from issues that have been raised so that we can see how we take this forward. All right. In the first instance, Mr. Director indicates that ESCOM was bleeding 1 billion rands per year, losing 1 billion rands in a year in the allegation set that he made. Did he communicate that to you?
Mr. Chair, I cannot, because my focus was not the financials of ESCOM. He might have communicated that, but it wasn't communicated in terms of substance. I also heard about it in the media, that were bleeding. If you ask me where were they bleeding from, I don't know.
Okay, but wouldn't there be a correlation between the financial losses and the criminality that he was speaking about, to the extent to which intelligence was being gathered?
So can I warn against an assumption, as my esteemed colleague already referred to? Not all financial losses is criminal, it's mismanagement. It's a lot of mismanagement in Eskom. That was my understanding. A lot of mismanagement, it was not necessarily criminal. Now, again, the risk is that we criminalize it, therefore I don't have to take responsibility from a governance perspective in dealing with it. So it's two separate sides of the coin.
Now, fair enough, but the trigger for us to, well, probably trigger is not the right word to use with the policeman. The trigger for us to engage with Mr. Director is the letter that we had received from Honorable Hadebe in response to the interview. And in large part, the interview was about corruption, financial mismanagement, and so on. So our assumption here is that he was speaking about Eskom losing 1 billion rand, and of course you've just said something about AG, so that's something to look at. I'm trying to understand the nature of the report that he presented to you. Or is what he says in the interview somewhat different to what he would have reported to yourselves? Because we are wanting to gauge where this 1 billion rand is. Where are these losses? Where do the holes need to be plugged? If it's mismanagement, sort that out. If it's corruption, the necessary processes. So he places a figure in the public discourse and saying, I would imagine the culmination of the issues at Eskom are resulting in a 1 billion rand loss. I'm just trying to, I would imagine if I'm reporting crime, I would put that to the law enforcement agencies to say, look, we're losing 1 billion rands because of all these things, which are included but not limited to mismanagement.
So just to, your director did not provide me with a report on that. So that just came out, we've already discussed that. I do not recall those aspects being core in the other information. It was more low level issues. But again, I'm working from recollection. You need to understand more from a business model perspective how diverse Eskom is. If for instance, I had a discussion with him on does he contribute and maintain organized crime? Mr. Director looked at me shocked and said, but what do you mean? I asked him, what happens to the non-ferrous metals? I'm just going to use figures now. For instance, they would discard 20 tons of ferrous metals, must be much more, but just for argument's sake, 20 tons of non-ferrous metal. They've got a service provider who they will provide it to, and because that's how the process is set up. So I asked him, how many of your precious metals actually reaches that service provider? The indications I got, for instance, if there's 20 tons that's supposed to reach the service provider every year, it's about 3 tons. Where does the other 17 tons go to? Those are also losses because it doesn't go through a legal process. So what I'm just saying is, yes, there's criminality involved in that as well. It could be corruption involved as well. But it's not as simplistic on one whole. It's how the systems were set up. The systems were set up in order to support criminality. There's a lot of allegations about the maintenance people, for instance, setting up their own support. So they knew exactly what the budget was for maintenance. So when the maintenance budget was, said that it's going to run out or they're going to lose that, the specific environment broke down in order to utilize that maintenance. So there's much more complexity in looking at all the losses of Eskom. So maybe ask Mr. Director, how did they get to that figure? I don't know.
Right. Mr. Director makes the allegation that there's 2 senior politicians. I know there's issues around investigations and naming people. I won't go to that. But what I want to get a confirmation of is, did he report that there was 2 senior politicians involved in the Eskom corruption?
Again, information that we received did not come from Mr. Director himself. It came from the Fivers Group. So it was in his presence, so he also mentioned it. There were that allegations, yes.
So those allegations were made?
Yes.
All right. It's just that it's confusing because Mr. Director came here to a parliamentary hearing and he spoke in strokes, broad strokes, that he had engaged you, Now, if the information is coming from Fivers, that's so totally different outlook. It goes to the PRECA issues that you spoke about. The confirmation is there that allegation was made by Fivers.
So it might have been, remember, there's a lot of perspectives on the table, so he might have had his own perspectives. The one I remember was specifically the cartels that was mentioned. I know that was also carried in the media and involvement. Thank you, sir.
You spoke about vetting. We've got serious issue with vetting here. Our records will show. Now, Mr. Director, as you said, he said he was not going to subject himself to that process of vetting. In one way or the other, he confirmed the same to us. So what I'm trying to get at, Mr. Director gets appointed as a CEO, he must go through a vetting process. He doesn't want to do that, but at the same time, he wants to gain services from the State Security Agency. How was that going to work? Because you said, that he was not being serviced, right? How would he have been serviced if he was not cooperating with the State Security Agency?
So the simple thing is, how can you receive a security briefing about a national key point, about national critical infrastructure, which is classified by law, if you're not security competent? In other words, not vetted. So it's a chicken and the egg. It's just a disaster situation. That's why we're sitting here, isn't it?
I understand that. I'm in agreement with you. What I'm saying is, and I'm not vindicating SSA here, what I'm saying, if SSA must service Eskom, part and parcel of them being able to provide information to Mr. Director is through him being vetted. And he is categoric that he will not subject himself to vetting. Does he not create then the stumbling block to him receiving the services that he requires? Because he's closing himself out from the processes of getting that information.
Agreed, sir. So that means the previous 2.5 years, no one cared about that. That's actually what the practical implications are. So your assumption is correct. This discussions he had with me towards the end of last year, okay, which was, how long was he already in office? Why wasn't that a concern? Why wasn't it raised by State Security to his minister that the fact that he's not complied yet with his security clearance? What Mr. Director did do after I supported him, he did write a letter and asked for a whole vetting process to start with his personnel, specifically at Megawatt Park. There was a lapse for a few weeks, and then people started to complete the forms and partake in the system. I think 1 or 2 people also resigned. So he did start enacting it for the Megawatt Park, but it was not a normal practice.
I can tell you that that matter served before us here quite early, having raised it with SSA because in 2014 cabinet took a decision that all persons, including CEOs, those in the SCM space, must be vetted. And we raised that matter way before these engagements have started. So I'm saying it is issues which would have surfaced prior to the engagements that you had. And we had the then Deputy Minister of State Security appearing before us and categorically telling us that Mr. Director does not want to be vetted. So I'm saying to you that the relationship between Mr. Director and SSA was a English fails me here.
Can I propose a word?
Yeah.
Disastrous?
Yes, well, disastrous works, but I'm saying in the course of work, it may have not been interactive to the extent to which everybody did what they wanted to do. And the major issue, I don't see how state security would have briefed somebody who was not vetted, who was refusing to be vetted. This is not to vindicate SSA because they've got lapses on so many other areas of vetting where they're supposed to Transnet and so on. But I'm trying to put it to you that the services which were due to Mr. Director were collapsed by him and his attitude towards vetting. And this is a matter that we've put to him. So it's not a, I couldn't be bothered much because he doesn't like me much either. So that's also okay. But at a professional level and an assessment level, as this committee, we have put it to him. So I just wanted to react to the issue of service that you put, that it may have been a missed opportunity, which then has the complicating factor of bringing us to the issue I'll raise as soon as I take Honorable Hadebe. Just stand by.
And I wanted to assist you on that. When the same question was put to him, firstly, state security agent was stationed at Megawatt Park to assist with vetting. They literally took their stuff and went there. When Mr. Director was asked, he said there were a lot of information required from him. It was a tedious process. He could not forward all the necessary information. I even said, from the time you were asked until the time you write a resignation letter, does it require that much time for you to give the necessary information? He then said, I did not see a need because I'd already handed my resignation. So it was him refusing to submit the requisite information under the disguise of that it's a lot of information required from him, despite the fact that state security agents was stationed at Megawatt Park for that exercise.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. And that was towards the end of last year. Is that correct? So the point I want to make, what about the previous 2 years, 2.5 years, or 3 years? I don't know. I can't remember, don't know how long his tenure was before that. But so at the end of the day, who does Mr. Director report to? Who was supposed to have to ensure the compliance with his contract? Was it the chairman of the board? Was it the minister? So there was lapses and oversight, functional oversight at higher levels.
No, we are in agreement with that, but as I'm saying, there have been efforts from this committee on the vetting issue at ESCOM, including the vetting of Mr. Director, and he was categoric, despite those efforts. The word I was looking for is that he placed the relationship in an invidious position with that kind of attitude. Because then the resultant of that is we are now settled with the private, because I'm not even sure I can call this an intelligence gathering exercise that Fivers was doing, but that's the word that's been thrown out there. But where my issue is that private persons or groups or entities were given access to ESCOM information. So it landed in private hands. as a response to a refusal to be vetted and as a response to the lapses at SSA, the whole value chain, the whole ecosystem. Because Mr. Director categorically says he commissioned that, that's the evidence is placed before us, that he commissioned this private investigation. So on the issue where you say we must check whether there was an approach or not, he commissioned this, but we can always verify that. And that's where I've had issue. That in one way or the other, then you were saddled with the CEO who put at risk the entity at which he was supposed to, uphold fiduciary responsibilities of protecting that institution. So that's in reaction to that. I'm just going to go very quickly to, I was taking notes as you spoke. So just for clarity, you presented whatever you were told or given to DPCI and State Security Agency, amongst others, for the purposes of taking this forward.
So I had operational engagements with SSA. I did hand over some information, but at the end of the day to hand over everything. But that's where the shutdown came. I did hand over the total bundle of information that I have over to the DPCI, to investigators currently involved in ESCOM investigations.
Helps us. The SIU, in a briefing to us just over a year ago, speaks about and confirms syndicates, but very specifically to trucking, coal and diesel fuel, that 3 streams, mainly in Mpumalanga. Were those issues that were reported to yourself as well?
So that I got out of my own gathering, yes. Part of it was forthcoming, but also if you look at the business forums or construction mafia, you want to call it, that also has emerged at about all the sites where they were pilfering I think they coined it the development funds or ESCOM, where they will be part of social investment in the communities where they moved in. So there's quite an elaborate list, if you want to call for, of syndicates or groupings that are functional. The current team functioning from Megawatt Park, my understanding is they are addressing some of these on through low-level investigations. But if you ask the question, who's behind all of this? Did this just magically just emerge, or was this orchestrated? Because it's like we had someone with an MBA degree that brought everyone together and sort of did the role definition for everyone, and this is how we sit with this whole, it's called syndicated crime. Organized crime, sorry. So there's something else that is important. We tend to separate corruption and organized crime. What has happened here is, remember, corruption is one of the elements of serious organized crime. So looking at this from organized crime perspective, it's not only at the individual, but you're corrupt, or you are corrupt. It's understand the fact that you're corrupt, especially in terms of the seriousness of it, you're part of a syndicate. You're part of organized crime. It's not individual, transactional, or loose-standing incidents. So once you start understanding that, you understand the severity of what our country is facing currently.
Now, you raised the matter with the National Security Advisor. When he appeared here, he seemed not to know much. So would you put it to us that what was the extent of the briefing that you gave him?
So I engaged him on the 2 matters around ESCOM. I did not give him an operational briefing. That was not my role at the time, but what I did raise with him was the issue that we are not functioning from the perspective of national security. That was part of his domain, was my understanding. and that the role players, being the DGs, the ministers, need to be brought together in order to find the resolve. Because having a constable able with a docket under his arm is not going to resolve this problem that we have. We need a comprehensive approach, national security approach from all entities in order to address it. So that was my reason for engaging him. I also advised them that we should not deal on ESCOM. We should deal with on the energy sector, because the energy sector and other entities like ESCOM in the future is going to be the focus of the organized crime and of future pilfering. So to set up a national mechanism to look at energy security for the country, and obviously the role of the intelligence services, the role of the police, etc., in terms of that. I think after about 2 weeks of the engagement, I heard there was a National Energy Crisis Committee. So whether it relates to our discussion or not, I've got no idea. But that was what I tried to articulate to him in order to lobby for a high-level governance of national security issues.
Right. In the meeting that we had with the National Security Advisor, we raised the issue of the two politicians whom over time the understanding that's out there is that we're dealing with ministers. And what we have asked is that, has the president then been briefed on this potential threat of these being active persons in the course of governance? To what extent was the politician's allegation taken seriously as one which would require attention for the purposes of, because I mean you've made the statement around us here also being politicians, and so when there's a categoric placement, what action was taken in that regard, including but not limited to alerting the president that he may be working with people who are alleged in that space of the challenges of ESCOM, because we placed this to him. Yeah.
So I don't know, because at that level I'm not privy to those engagements. But what I can surmise, exactly the same. We asked for a special investigating team to be set up to deal with this matter comprehensively, and nothing was done. So I don't think anything else was done, according to my view or what I can see.
So the General Jacobs team, is it not the one that's supposed to be dealing with these matters?
So they are dealing more with the reported cases. I don't think they will be dealing with this matters. That was part of the argument, or also taking it up to the minister and taking it up to the head of the Hawks. We should have a team that is properly selected and skilled in order to do this kind of investigations. Yeah, it takes extra effort to work at that level, sir.
So would that be the reason why you would have done what I call fragmented reporting, and I use fragmented here constructively, in that you would have had to go to DPCI for some things and SSA for some, because there wasn't the energy security team that you referred to, and has not happened?
So it's not about the fragmented reporting, it's a fragmented approach. What happens, and I've been through this, what happens if you try and assemble a team? You need someone from SARS, you end up having to use personal networks and so on. That's not the way to do it. It should be a formal government approach. You know, to listen, but you are designated from SARS, you are designated from SIU. We've worked together with SIU, so that's the way we worked previously. People were allocated and they were designated to do that work. So that is what you were looking for. So it's more about being a fragmented approach, obviously fragmented reporting as well.
All right. I'm going to try and move through these clarities quickly. You spoke about the legality of the private company that was investigating. do you consider it to have been a legal cause of action to have been employed by ESCOM to engage a private company on intelligence-related affairs at ESCOM?
So if I can rephrase that, I do not regard the uncoordinated or unsanctioned use of private security in issues of national security as appropriate. Whether it's legal, in certain instances it might be legal. We might be able to argue from a CEO's perspective that I was not being served by the legal entity, or by SSA or intelligence services or the police, for that fact, if his intentions were pure. But in essence, I see they called me a securocrat somewhere in the newspapers. From a securocratic perspective, that is not an advisable position, because you've got no control over the entity, and obviously they start putting their hands on what happened here as well, on confidential information.
You said you raised the matter of the vetting with Minister Pravin Gordhan, and he said you must sort it out. I'm trying to rationalize in my head what that could possibly mean. And you didn't say it, but would there have been no follow-up in terms of asking the minister to clarify what he meant by you sorting it out, in light of the fact that a high premium is placed on vetting, in that it gives one access to the kind of information, and for an executive authority whom one of the, if not the biggest entities, is line function. For me, that response is worrisome. Did you not follow it up? In fact, I find it to be a very flippant response.
So it was, yeah, I was also taken aback by the response. What I tried to explain to him was that the law, if he doesn't trust state security, for instance, to do the vetting, he as minister could approach and ask that defense intelligence, for instance, can conduct the vetting, or the police vetting unit can conduct the vetting, in order to circumvent whatever problems there are or deadlock that is in with state security. And the response was, the two of us must sort it out. It's not my function as a police officer to address that. I merely advised him that it should be sorted out, and there's ways that he can surpass the deadlock with SSA. I don't think there was any appetite for that.
So there was no appetite for vetting?
Mr. Chair, if you look in general in government, all our intelligence officers vetted. State security, are they all vetted? This is something, as part of the capture, is something that was broken down and people just not being vetted. Why? I don't want people scratching my background. To give an example, you know, with the arrest of Machele Koko and some, you know, one of them was previously a serving member of SSA.
I raised the vetting issue because earlier on you spoke about the issues of corruption and capture across the SOEs, and you cited Transnet. And so where I'm really going is that the issue around vetting, is it your position that it is not receiving the requisite attention as a minimum, you know, attention as a minimum from government?
So absolutely, we're not concerned. We're not concerned with it. I actually went as far as I said earlier. I developed in 2018 and beginning of 2019 what I called an integrity support process, which goes much wider than vetting. Remember, vetting originates from the old, let's call it Cold War era, etc., only for securocratic. It's not designed, actually, to be an anti-corruption mechanism. It doesn't test your integrity. It tests your ability to keep secrets, basically. So there's a space, and if I could lobby this, if you want to call it lobbying, is that one must really look at our integrity measures for government and all officials. And part of that will be then the certification for vetting for specific purposes where it has to do with classified information. And there's better ways of dealing with it than we currently are dealing with it. We're in the information era. There's big data that you can utilize and do your risk assessments around individuals on that. Thank you, sir.
Second to last question. You make the contention that we must not assume that state capture is a legacy issue and that it goes to an outlook I have and one I've articulated and one which Minister Godon called state capture 2.0. So is it your contention that state captures remains part and parcel of the daily lived social, political, economic life of this country?
Yes, sir, I do.
You said in 1995 you were in the National Commissioner's Office. Would that commissioner be Commissioner Fizes? What's the nature of your relationship with former Commissioner Fizes?
Now or then?
Well, since then to now.
All right, I was appointed there to work on the Reconstruction Development Program. I think it lasted 4 months, until we identified corruption at logistics, the logistical division and so on. And I was then unceremoniously removed from his office.
Why?
By himself. Okay, so we know each other. We've got a cordial relationship, and that's a long discussion. If you look at what the effect of that period of time was on actual policing in the country.
I raise it in the particular context that, well, I suppose is a case of what isiZulu says, to borrow from you using Afrikaans, which says, that mountains don't meet, but people meet. So years later, you find yourself with him now in a forensic space, where he's dealing with ESCOM and where you are brought in. And now in light of what you've said of an unceremonious removal, would you say that the interaction remained purely professional in the exchange of information which you provided, and there was nothing more and nothing less?
Yes, sir. That is a professional engagement. Also, you mentioned the word forensic. I didn't see anything forensic. It was intelligence. Yeah, that's the name of his company. But whether those were the services, that's what I say. My suggestion would be go back to the original tasking or proposition made and see what it was that they were actually conducting, because I don't know.
Okay. At the risk of exposing my age, which is for public consumption in any case, you were a police officer longer than I've been alive. Thank you for your service. I'm going to go to colleagues for final comment questions, and then we can wrap it up. And I just want to make 1 or 2 proposals about the way forward. Honorable Hadeb is just tanked in. We're wrapping up.
No, thanks, Chair. I kept on hearing Mr. Director was not served by the state security agents. Yet there has been no indication that he approached them. And in fact, you did confirm that he did not approach them. So would it be fair to conclude on such if 1, he did not approach the state security agent, 2, he was not vetted And the third and most important aspect is that we don't know the operation of the state security agents, because such information can only be shared with people who are vetted. So arriving at that conclusion, don't you think it would be fair, unless, of course, there were attempts made to ascertain such information with the state security agents?
Thank you, sir. Can I suggest that we turn it around? The State Security Agency has an obligation to ESCOM and all other areas of national interest to conduct it. My question is, was it information on the table?
But that information can be shared with public. It's classified information. So we can't arrive at a conclusion that will be seriously misguided.
So I'm security classified, top secret. I've been most of my life. I have engaged them. So what I'm just saying is we need to look at what Mr. Chairperson...
Unless you know something that we don't know, for you to arrive at that conclusion.
Finish the response, then you can come in. Just complete the response, and then you can come in.
You need to look at the value chain. In other words, there's supposed to be a flow. State security serving a national security or national intelligence estimate, energy sector being one of the energy or the national security priorities, the national intelligence priority being ESCOM, etc., etc. There's a system around it. The system is not functioning. Okay.
I'm saying precisely that national estimates are not for public consumption unless you know something you don't know. For you to make that bold statement, you must be privy of some formation that is not at our disposal.
Let me make an answer in such a
Because
way.
it seeks to suggest that the national estimates provided did not contain anything in relation to ESCOM. For you to make such a statement.
Right, let me make a ruling on this matter. That's an intelligence matter. And
Chair, all I'm saying is that we can't make such statements related to intelligence and arrive at a conclusion.
That's the ruling I want to make. To say that what we've established is that SSA and Mr. Director had no relationship. And therefore, we cannot conclusively here. We'll note what you have said. We've got observations around the relationship that, or lack thereof, but we can't wade into the merits and demerits as to that. What we know categorically from Mr. Director, confirmed by yourself, is that he was not prepared to submit himself or subject himself to vetting. And so for us, the matter ends there. In our recommendations, we can make a recommendation about how it proceeds forward, and there may be merit to the request that you have made or the assertion you've made in your correspondence to interact with the JSCI, because you've got vetting. You are at that level. Us here, we are not, except Honorable Hatem. So you can meet there and then have this conversation further. But we can make an observation about Mr. Director and SSA. And we know categorically the things that he has put to us as well, because I would not want us to venture into a space that's not our competence. Safe to say, we are concerned about vetting. It remains Achilles' heel, and it speaks to a government not committed to its own commitment, because there's a decision on the table that people must be vetted. And our outlook is that the CEO of Transnet left without being vetted. The CFO of Transnet left without being vetted. There's a long list. So it's a conversation that we will recommend should continue in that space. So I just want to hold it there. That's why I'm getting Linden right. Okay. Wait. There's hands. Hatebe and the Brigadier. Stand by on this matter.
On the same matter, Chair. I think the correct phrasing would be that because SAA confirmed to us that they are stationed at ESCOM, where they are receiving application, Mr. Director chose not to get it. So the relationship was a choice of Mr. Director. And SSA was stationed there, so he chose not to be vetted. Then other statements that you have made would follow through in terms of insisting that he must be vetted.
Okay.
So don't make it that SAA did not attempt to when they were called to. But the minister was here at the time, the deputy went there. They confirmed to us that they are stationed at ESCOM. So that was his choice.
Honorable Van Minen, just wait. Just do my honorable.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I don't want to go down a whole rabbit hole here that could take us all afternoon. But as I remember it, the vetting was delayed, it didn't happen, and then by the time it was starting to happen, Andre de Ruyter said that he was leaving in any event, so he didn't see the point, so he didn't proceed with it.
I'm going to suppress this
Yeah, no,
debate
let's
on
suppress, because the latest information we received under the name of the Ruyter, it said outstanding documents. There were outstanding documents requested, and those documents were not finished. So it becomes immaterial, the issue of him resigning. The fact of the matter, when he ought to have submitted documents, he did not.
Wait, that's why I've said we will make the necessary recommendations on the issue of vetting. Suffice it to say, Mr. Tereta was never vetted, and we have raised it before. And that presented a security challenge and a security risk.
Let me proceed.
The matter of vetting ends there.
Brigadier Burger, you indicated that you are aware of one or two names who funded the investigation. So meaning you knew that there was this forensic investigation. But what I did not get from you, and okay, you are not comfortable giving us the information of the one or two funders that funded this investigation. The question is, how did you become aware of such?
Mr. Chair, I can't exactly remember where it came from. I did not investigate that. That's not part of my scope. Also, therefore, I can't validate, what I heard, who was behind it.
So you can't recall who told you that we are funding this investigation?
It was, I think, most probably a discussion with Andre de Ruyter. So, yeah, no one else I would have, and Fivers. So, yeah. So the names I cannot provide. The names I heard, I cannot provide, because I also cannot vouch and validate that that was correct.
Okay. But the fact of the matter is that you knew that certain individuals in the private sector have pumped in money privately to investigate ESCOM. Secondly, the implicated officials. I want you to confirm on record, you are saying that information did not come from Mr. de Ruyter, it came from George Fivers. Is that correct?
Officials or politicians? You said officials.
That's what I'm trying to ascertain, whether it's politicians or officials, and whether the information came from Mr. de Ruyter or Fivers, and under what circumstances did it came about that such information was shared with you?
That was part of the initial allegations that was made by the Fivers group. Yeah, they mentioned a lot of people, a lot of names. Again, unsubstantiated at that stage.
And those names include officials and politicians?
That is correct. And private citizens and businessmen.
And for such informations to be substantiated, validated, they needed to produce something to substantiate. Okay, let's leave the validation. To substantiate those allegations, they needed to produce further information.
Yes, sir. Or that had to be enriched or further substantiated by the intelligence processes or agencies.
Did you request Fivers to provide further information to substantiate?
Yes, we asked for validation.
Was that information provided?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I want to thank you, colleagues. Retired Brigadier Burger, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the committee to thank you for appearing before us this morning and for engaging with our questions and providing clarity. I'm not one to lament, but maybe in this case I will. Had we spoken to you first, I think there would have been far more clarity on the ESCOM matters. But rather late than never, I think our outlook has been enriched as you were an active player in what was happening, not in the corruption and maladministration, but in what the operations as a response to what was happening. And I think you've provided clarity for us, which we need to now take forward with the necessary persons. So thank you very much, sir, for your time, and I would like to wish you well on behalf of colleagues on your retirement. You said you're living your life now. May it be meaningful, fulfilling, and hopefully you will not be lost to the public services and when you are required for consultations, given the extent of your experience, which spans 40 years. So thank you very much, sir, and to your legal representative who has, I'm sure, provided you the necessary support and assurance during this process. So thank you very much, sir, for your attendance. Colleagues, my outlook... I'll give him an opportunity. I'm going to wait. Hey, you see, I've got you see, yesterday I wasn't here, so he chaired, so he still has hangover of chairing from yesterday. Colleagues, no, I will give him an opportunity to make concluding remarks, which he has. I wanted to say, I think we need to round off on this matter properly. So I think we need to meet with the National Commissioner and Major General Boyson to close this matter off. Yeah. We can have a discussion even next week on how we take it forward. But I think we have arrived at the tail end of what has been a long process since April on this matter. Or the inverse could be written submissions for the purposes of clarity on issues that we require clarity on. And then to our secretariat, we can invite anyone. Doesn't matter, employed or not, we can, because, and then to our secretariat, research content, can we please have a draft report on this ESCOM matter at the end of the month? Colleagues, please make your inputs over the next 2 weeks so that we can consider a report on this ESCOM matter on the week of the 4th of December before Parliament rises for 2023. So in the next 2 weeks, all your notes, observations, contributions, and we'll begin the very long process now of compiling a report to at least have it ready at the first week of November. The matter has to come to a logical parliamentary conclusion. It's been a long year and a lot of resources have been invested in this, and we need to report to the House. Brigadier Burger, any concluding remarks on your side?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Apologies for the perceived avoidance, but I think you understand my position. Also, that I have to ensure that I am legally protected also, because my organization would not necessarily have done that. But thank you. And again, I'm a citizen of this country, active, and whatever I needed, I will support. There's a long road to restore the integrity of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fatima and Advocate, thank you very much for all you have done and for engaging the legal representatives in the long meetings that you held and for guiding us as well on this. So I want to thank Parliament Legal for all your hard work as well, and the long phone calls and my moaning and all sorts of other things that I subjected you to in the early hours of the morning and night. So thank you very much. All right, colleagues, we are invited to lunch down the passage in Mark's building, and the House is going to be sitting at 3 this afternoon for questions to the social services cluster and a debate on the fiscal statement that was presented. So the meeting stands adjourned. Good afternoon, take care, and God bless.